Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage, and for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. We're adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At the Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands and you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287.
I'm going to call to order the Monday, December 1st, 2025 meeting of the Falmouth Select Board and ask you to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yep. Okay, just a reminder to silence your cell phones and notify the chair if you are making a video or audio recording of this open session meeting. The placement and operation of the recording equipment should not interfere with the conduct of the meeting. So first order of business is recognition. Anyone on the board have any specific recognition? I would
just say a great recognition for the Falmouth Service Center and all the volunteers, and also the town of Falmouth for the way they came out. They had like 1,360 turkeys delivered. They only were really in need of 950. They're going to put the rest in the freezer for Christmas. That's pretty impressive. So thanks to everybody for their work on that.
Yep, a great organization. Anyone else? Okay, announcements. I'm just going to announce that the Select Board will be meeting on Saturday from 9 until 1. We're going to be conducting our second strategic planning session, which will result in...
The third.
The third, I'm sorry. Yeah, we had one early on to set the stage for the other two, sorry. We'll be meeting here in this room from 9 to 1, the result of which we'll be looking at our strategic plan. The public is certainly invited. And the other announcement on behalf of the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce, I will remind everyone that it is Holiday by the Sea weekend, starting off with Santa coming on the boat in the harbor at noon on Saturday. So, okay, with all that, any more announcements?
And the parade,
no?
Parade is Sunday.
And then the parade is Sunday.
At noon.
At noon, and you'll be able to see many, if not all, of the Select Board members in attendance. So, so now, is there any public comment? Would anyone like to speak to public comment? Ma'am, you first. I will note that public comment may be made on routine matters not on the agenda this evening. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Please introduce yourself. Since the matter has not been included on the agenda, the Select Board may not participate in discussion of the topic. Ma'am?
Thank you. My name is Ellie Costa. I'm the president of the board of Farming Falmouth, and I am here actually to extend an invitation to all of you and let you know that last year in March, we announced and launched, I guess, a discussion about a food system assessment that members of our board conducted with some outside consultants, really taking a look at the food system in Falmouth. And we identified 5 key areas that we really think that if we put our heads together as a town, we can come up with policy changes and other kinds of changes that will address many aspects of the food system for the people who live here and across the Cape. So, following our launch last March, we are going to hold a series of discussions once a month, January, February, March, and April. They'll be in the evenings from, I think it's 6 to 7:30 p.m. The first at Waquoit Congregational Church, the second at the Navigator Club, the third at the Church of the Messiah, and the fourth at the Herman Room. And our idea is to hold this discussion on different days at different times, but to keep the format the same. We will start off with some remarks and then break into 5 groups to address the 5 key areas that we're talking about as potential areas in which we can improve the food system. So we want to gather the thoughts of the town, and our goal is in May to hold a summit and to have identified with our town government and farmers and other stakeholders in the food system, and as many members of the public as we can include, to have identified a few action steps that we can take as a community by the time we get to May. So that's our goal. And we just wanted to invite you, let you know about it. And if I could, I brought an executive summary. It's 3 pages that summarizes the food system assessment. And a pamphlet that is even more succinct. And I made a few copies, and I wonder if I could leave them for you. And thank you for this opportunity to invite you to this conversation to shape the future of Falmouth's food system.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Dave Moriarty, Falmouth resident. Good evening, everyone. Happy holidays. Just a quick reminder, there's a planning board meeting December 9th on the 3 solar field arrays going out there in Hatchville. Things that need to be discussed, fire safety plan. You know, in the last 5 years, there's been 25,000 lithium battery fires, something to consider if you want to come to the meeting. We need a wildlife corridor in the project. We need a noise study for 3 battery backups, 3 sets of transformers, and 3 sets of DC to AC converters. There's no noise study. The by-right legislation kind of trumps our local protection. I'm very concerned about there's no containment for the toxic chemicals. If, God forbid, there's a fire, because they do burn down, obviously. That was from Hartford Insurance Company, by the way. Those are their statistics, not mine. Water protection containment. There was no plan for that. And I just want to remind everybody, if you're concerned about the future of Falmouth and your water protection and the future and the younger generation, I mean, where are these people going to buy lots? Where are these young people going to put their houses? I mean, if you have concerns about this project, I suggest you come to the December 9th planning board meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Schneider?
Staying with the Feeding Falmouth topic, I just want to note that, sorry, can you hear me?
Introduce yourself.
Oh, Barbara Schneider, Precinct 4. This past Thursday, a group of us gathered at the Waquoit Congregational Church, and we prepared 50 turkey dinners along with 70 deli turkey sandwich dinners, and the turkeys were cooked first of all by Dante, the owner of Moto Pizza. He spent all day Wednesday preparing them. We carved 20 turkeys, and those were delivered to homeless that are currently being housed in some of our hotels in town. They were given out to people that actually came walking moving out of different areas around town to get them that were living without homes, and they were taken to some shelters. So I just wanted to say that there's an incredible effort being made, and I hope everybody appreciates that this is Falmouth and this is reality, and we all have to step up and do what we can. People are struggling in some places. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Robinson.
Hi, Alan Robinson here representing Litter Free Falmouth, and I'd like to announce that Litter Free Falmouth, together with the 300 Committee and a host of other organizations, are organizing the 6th annual Fall Townwide Litter Cleanup the weekend of December 12th and 13th. Anyone and everyone can participate in this. The organizations will be getting out information to their membership, but we encourage everyone to pick up litter on the 12th and 13th, and really anytime this year and the years to come. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, we'll proceed to the consent agenda. I will read the items. If anyone wants to hold them, we'll have discussion. Otherwise, we'll move the consent agenda. Excuse me. Discuss and consider a vote to approve the application by Aquatic Brewing LLC for a change of manager to its former brewery pouring license located at 661 Main Street, Unit A, Falmouth. Discuss and consider the application by Bad Martha's Brewery LLC for a change of manager for its former brewery/former winery pouring license located at 876 East Falmouth Highway. Consider a vote to approve the application by West Falmouth Library at 575 West Falmouth Highway for a special wine and malt beverages license on December 5th, 2025, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. for the annual tree lighting. Administrative orders. 1, consider a vote to accept a donation of material and labor for Matsusa Parcel Dirt Roadway. Number 2, consider a vote to authorize the Coastal Resilience Division, DPW, to submit a grant application to the Massachusetts Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs for an MVP 2.0 grant and sign a letter of commitment in support of the grant application. And number 3, consider a vote to accept a donation from the Marino Foundation to the Falmouth Fire Rescue Department in the amount of $500.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
I'd like to just comment, thanks for the donations of both the Marino family for the $500, but also George Patillo and Cape Cod Aggregates. That's a big, huge donation to fix that whole dirt road, and that's not the first time they've done it, so thanks very much for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to proceed to committee interviews, and the first is for the Energy Committee. Mr. Miles O'Brien, Mr. Renshaw, do you have some background on that for us?
Just some real quick background, Mr. Chair. There are currently 3 vacancies on the Energy Committee, 1 vacancy with the term ending June 30th of 28, and 2 vacancies with terms, unexpired terms ending June 30th of 2026. Dr. O'Brien submitted an application form to serve on the Energy Committee on October 7th of this year. He's been a resident since 2022.
Okay, Dr. O'Brien, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good to see you all. I'm not a doctor. I play one on TV.
Well, we do see you on TV. We do see you on TV often, Mr. O'Brien. I didn't think you were a doctor either, but.
So, would you like me to say a few words, or do you just want to fire away?
No. Tell us a little bit about your.
Yeah. So, it's good to be with you all. I'm excited about the possibility. I've been a full-time resident in West Falmouth now since June of 22. My wife and I love it here, and we're not going anywhere. I have lived all over the country and spent 40 years doing the same job. I'm a reporter. I began in local news, starting in tiny little markets in Missouri, ultimately found my way to Boston, and then to CNN, where I happened to become by a complete quirk of fate, because I am a history major, so there's that. Bit of a fraud, but I became the science correspondent for CNN and did that for 17 years, and had the great opportunity to learn about science from Nobel laureates, which was an amazing education, and inspired me very much to pursue journalism that is focused on solutions. In 2008, CNN, in its infinite wisdom, decided to get rid of its science unit. That's a story I could tell you over a few beers, but within a few days, I was working for PBS. And I've had the opportunity to do 11 Novas. I've been the science correspondent for the PBS NewsHour now since 2011. I've worked directly with Heather over the years at GBH, and have had the wonderful experience of communicating to a large audience things that are very relevant to the Energy Committee. I mean, when I started as a reporter, we were doing stories about this new whale oil thing. It was, it's been a few years. But we've gone through all the energy types, and we are covering now the transition, and we're all too familiar with what's going on with offshore wind, with the rise of solar power, with the idea of reaching some kind of net zero within the deadlines that the town and the state have put forward. And I think, you know, Falmouth, with its community of smart people who understand all of this, has a great opportunity to lead the Commonwealth, I think, if we choose to do so, as it marches toward meaningful net zero goals. And I would love to be a part of that. I've covered every aspect of energy. I've been to the Fukushima nuclear power plant 11 times. If you turned off the lights, you could probably still see me glowing. And I have covered every aspect of renewable energy and where it sits right now. And it's an exciting place to be, and I think it's very exciting. There are so many opportunities for this town to be a participant as you know, the country moves into this direction. Inexorably, whatever happens in Washington, this is going to happen because the market forces will make it happen. And I'd like to see Falmouth be a leader.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. O'Brien. Any questions?
What's your plan to bring back whale oil?
Slightly controversial.
What do you think about the light bulb?
No. Very controversial too.
All right, no more.
You picked the right town.
I'm so happy to be here.
If there's no other, I'm going to make a motion to appoint Miles O'Brien to fill a vacancy on the Energy Committee with a term that expires June 30, 2028.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much for stepping up, Mr. O'Brien. Thank you.
You like me. You like me.
You like you, yeah.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Keep up the good work. Thank you. Okay, we will now move to Dr. Matthew Long and the Freshwater Ponds Advisory Committee. Dr. Long, please.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm not on TV, but I am a doctor. So.
You are on TV.
Now you are.
I came to Falmouth in 2013 on a postdoctoral scholarship at Woods Hole Oceanographic. I'm now a tenured scientist in the Marine Chemistry and Geochemistry Department, where my research focuses on coastal biogeochemistry, which means I work at the interface between freshwater and marine systems and study how biology, chemistry, and geology interact. My research focuses on primary production by photosynthesizers such as plankton, seagrasses, and coral reefs. I'm also the chief scientist of Subtitle, a Hui spinout that's focused on developing aquatic monitoring technology for climate mitigation and adaptation. And I think that my background is particularly well suited to bring a strong science-focused approach to the committee and help protect our freshwater resources.
Sounds
Thank
great.
you. Dr. Goldstone.
I have one question. I think your science background, not just background, your current research could be incredibly valuable. I'm curious with the company where you're chief scientist, whether you see how you think that company might interact with the work of the Freshwater Ponds Committee and the town, both potentially in synergistic ways, but also is there a potential for a conflict of interest there?
Yeah, potentially very synergistic because we're advancing sort of real-time monitoring technology as well as, for example, identification of when a harmful algal bloom is occurring and when cyanobacteria may be present and you don't want to go in the water. So there's certainly a synergistic opportunity there. Certainly, there's also a conflict of interest in that because it is a company. And I've talked with a number of people on the committee, and we've talked about how we're going to handle that. And we don't see that as a conflict that would permit me from not being on the committee.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown?
Say that town council is very helpful. If there's any kind of questions, if something comes up, you can always shoot an email off, and they'll give you a pretty quick response and say, just disclose it or whatever.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to appoint Dr. Matthew Long to the Freshwater Ponds Advisory Committee for a term ending June 30, 2027.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you, Dr. Long. We have a public hearing notices. Okay, we will now proceed to public hearings. We have 3. The first is a hearing. Hearing to discuss, consider, and vote proposed changes in fees for 2026.
Right. As provided under Chapter 119 of the Code of Falmouth, a public hearing will be held in the Select Board Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, on Monday, December 1st, 2025, at 6:45 p.m. to establish and promulgate fees, which are effective as of January 1, 2026, to be charged by town departments and agencies, except as provided by MGL School Department, Planning Board, Library, Town Clerk, Town Treasurer, and Collector of Taxes. And this notice was published in the most recent Enterprise.
Okay, Mr. Renshaw, you want to give us some background here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly will. Toward the end of each calendar year, each department is asked to review its current fees and fee schedule and suggest proposed revisions or changes to those fees. The departments then meet with town management if there's any questions and kind of discuss the purpose and reason behind the fee increases. As the Vice Chair mentioned, the public hearing notice was properly posted in the November 21st Enterprise. Mr. Chair and Select Board, following tonight's public hearing, and if approved and adopted by the Select Board, these new fee schedules, which you'll be hearing about shortly, will be effective on January 1st, 2026. And we have 4 departments, in essence, that have recommended fee increases. And if you all don't mind, we'll go in order of the posting. We'll start with Beach Department. And I would ask Maggie Clayton, Beach Superintendent, to kind of go over the rationale and justification for these fee increases.
One-time decrease.
Yeah. And one decrease.
Yeah.
Good evening, Maggie Clayton, Beach Superintendent of the Beach Division of the Community Services Department. The 2 changes proposed tonight, one is a reduction of fees for our swim lessons for those ages 4 to 14. Last in calendar year 2025, the fee was $5 a child with a $10 family cap. We are recommending that the board approve a $5 family cap. So $5 a family. Swim lessons are Mondays through Thursdays, 30 minutes a day for 6 weeks. $5 for the whole family. This is a nominal cost. And as with the last time that I brought this type of cut before the board, we believe it is essential to provide young people who are living close to the shore or visiting people close to the shore life-saving skill to be able to swim in the water. The second change is a $5 increase to the 1-week non-resident beach parking permit sticker. This fee has not changed in 7 or 8 years. And the reason for the proposal is that last year, when we went to a striated fee with online sales before April 15th, online after April 15th, and in-person purchases. The gap between what residents and taxpayers were paying shrunk compared to what non-residents paid. And so that $5 makes it a little more equitable. It keeps us on, when you look at the All Cape survey, 7 towns charge over $100 a week for that same permit. So our increase is nominal, but it will offset the decrease in profit from swim lessons and account for our budget.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Nope. I, for one, would have supported a further increase with respect to the non-resident parking sticker myself, but I think $85 is certainly low, Cape-wide, and reasonable. Mr. Richardson.
And I just want to say that I like your thinking of how are we finding the balance of equity between what year-round residents are paying versus the summer population. And this is, again, this is still an incredibly generous rate, and I thank you for keeping it affordable for everyone.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Brown.
When I was a kid, the swim lessons were free because it was sponsored through the Red Cross. Do they not do that anymore?
They don't offer that anymore. So this is a very small fee that allows us to keep adequate records for registration, because you have to register to be on the roster, so that we have emergency contact information, allergies, et cetera. But yeah, the American Red Cross is really now only tied to our lifeguard training program.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone in the public like to comment on the fee schedule? Okay. Next up, Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take this one. The next up for discussion is Inspectional Services Department, and as you can see in your packet, this is a certificate of inspection late fee revision, going from $50 present fee to $100. Included in your packet is a memo from the building commissioner. The Inspectional Services Department proposes this increase to the late fees assessed for certificates of inspection submitted after their expiration date. The proposed adjustment is intended to promote timely compliance with inspection requirements and also to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the inspection process. There's also a note in your packet, kind of some benchmarking with other local communities of approximate same size. This proposed adjustment would bring Falmouth's fee structure into closer alignment with that of neighboring municipalities.
So, as far as I could tell, that was the only change, correct?
That is the only change for inspectional services, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions amongst the board? Anybody in the audience like to discuss or comment on that increase? No? Okay, we will then move to Mr. Renshaw.
Marine and Environmental Services, and I see Mr. Greg Frazier is here. Greg, you want to talk about some of the changes? Do you have your copy in front of you?
Good evening, Greg Fraser, MES Director. We're proposing to modestly increase several of our departmental fees, starting with the mooring fees. As you remember, last year we went up $5 across the board for each category. We're proposing to do the same thing this year. Between the last year's increase and this year's increase, it essentially will cover the FY26 increase in dredging costs by the county. And that will cover the up to 3 inlets that we're allowed to do within the time of year restriction waiver between January 15th and May 30th. We can't do more than that, and we don't dredge inside the toy, because we do dredge inside the toy because it doesn't make any sense to dredge in the fall. One storm will undo that dredging and basically throwing the money away. So we try to do it as late in the season as we can with up to 3 waivers from the Division of Marine Fisheries. The next fee would be the slight adjustment, as we do periodically for the transient dockage. This will a little bit better reflect our peak dockage times and when it's most difficult to get reservations with us through the dock system, and that obviously is 4th of July week and roadways weekend. And then we're asking for very small increases in the power rate that we charge for transient and for seasonal wharfage, and that'll help to offset the cost. This fall in the capital, we had the $18,000 for one whole float replacement of power pedestals. The plan is to do all of the marina, which we have 85 of those that we'll have to replace because they're non-GFI compliant. So we'll do one float each year. So you'll see that as a recurring expense in the capital for the next lots of years until we get all of them switched over to the GIF breakers. And then finally, as has been our custom in the past, when we increase the wharfage rates for seasonal, it's a very modest increase. We have historically only gone up $2 or $3 a foot. I can't remember when we've gone up more than that. And that will also allow for the seasonal supporters to contribute to the power upgrades and dredging of Falmouth Harbor if that's necessary.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown?
Mr. Frazier, is it accurate to say that these increases will actually sustain your entire budget outside of major capital expenses?
No, they would not
cover
the whole budget, no.
I was going to be surprised if you could do that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Goldstone.
I'm curious with the, I guess, kind of the dynamic pricing, the different slip per week prices. Does that kind of automatically show up in the apps where people are reserving and that sort of thing? And is that something that other towns are commonly doing?
Almost everybody does do that. Obviously, the rate goes up during the peak times, and the rate is reduced for the times that we'll have plenty of room and looking for additional shoulder business, essentially.
Okay, great.
Any other questions? Anyone in the audience have any comments with respect to these increases? Okay. We'll move on to the last one.
No, maybe second, well,
second
third
to
from
last.
the last. The police department has a minor change, and Lieutenant Cummings is here to kind of discuss that change. It's to the taxi limo operator's license and solicitor.
Good evening, Jim Cummings from the Police Department. I supervise the Records Division, which these fees pertain to. Like a lot of supervisors and managers in town, I have the great benefit of having a great staff who I relied on to kind of mull these changes over with. When the chief's office forwarded the fees for comment, I went to the staff, and they noticed right away that there was one incorrect fee, that being the hawker peddler. It should be the same as the taxi fee, which was $30. That occurred several years ago, and that change was made because of the staff work that has to be done to process those licenses. It was more appropriate to have the $30 fee. Somehow at that time, the $10 solicitor fee was not adjusted. However, it's pretty much the same process to do the solicitor applications. It's a one-page checklist that the staff has to go through, so it is time-consuming. It is a very important kind of check on the system. We have had an increase in solicitor requests and solicitor applications. Companies are going back to face-to-face kind of sales techniques with all the skepticism with online fraud and things like that. So we think it's appropriate, and it's actually spurred a conversation that I started with town council about making some upgrades to the solicitor bylaw in town too, which is just an aside. But we think that the $30 across-the-board fee is more appropriate and reflects the workload that the staff has to put in for each of those tasks.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Anyone in the audience have any comments? Okay, thank you, Lieutenant. Okay, Recreation Department, I think, is next. Is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. And Julie Williams-Tinkham, our Recreation Director, is here to talk about those changes.
Hi, good evening. Julie Williams-Tinkham, Recreation Director. Just a couple tiny little changes here. Just kidding, it's about 3/4 of the sheet. So when I started as Recreation Director, I looked at this fee schedule and it was too much for me to process how it worked. My staff has a really difficult time figuring out how to charge fees. So we really dug into it this year and tried to figure out a way to make it better and make more sense for us and more accurately reflect the way we do charge fees. So I can walk you through the fees as quickly as possible and stop me if you have any questions along the way. The first change is we have started playing futsal in our gymnasium instead of indoor soccer. Our facility is made for futsal, not for indoor soccer, so it makes more sense for us to make that change. Our summer adventure program, we have an extended day fee currently. It is, if you do the math, it doesn't make sense because a 1-week session costs the same as a 2-week session. It also is very confusing for our staff to have some children leave at 3 p.m., some children leave at 4 p.m., and it has created some issues. So we discussed as a staff and with the Recreation Committee about shifting all of our participants. The program would end at 3:30 for everybody. So we've done an extended day for all instead of the full hour, half an hour. Most of the children are gone by 3:30 in the afternoon anyways. Our teen summer camp has not run in several years. I can't give you an exact number of years that it hasn't run, but it hasn't. So we'd like to restart that. However, it will cost more money to run that program. So we're proposing a $300 fee for a 2-week teen program. The question may be, why is it more than our summer adventure program? And the plan is to send children off campus more frequently. It would be for 7th and 8th graders, so it would be more frequent field trips, off-campus trips, which are then cost more money. And again, without the extended portion of the day. Our sailing program costs the town a bit of money, so we did some math to figure out what would be a cost that would make more sense for the number of instructors and the cost of our instructors and the cost of the program in general. Our golf program is actually the Falmouth Country Club gives us the rate for that, so they would like to charge $100 for that golf program due to increased costs. The use of building, you can see all the ones that were crossed out. It was confusing for us to figure out when people and what they charge and who's coming. So we tried to clarify that by having use of building during business hours for fee-based programs. So those are people who charge. For example, we have an exercise class every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. She charges a fee, so she rents the facility for us. It would still not cost for folks who are using the community center for programs where they're not charging fees. It's use of the building during non-business hours, which would include birthday parties. So that's a 2-hour rental, so that would be a $200 fee for birthday parties, but it doesn't have to be separately differentiated here. And then now that we have a wood floor, we have a wood floor covering, which is not super easy and very time-consuming and requires a lot of manpower to put it down. So we've suggested a fee for needing to use the wood floor covering, because it does take, I need my entire staff to be there to do it and to put it back. It's fun, but it protects the wood floor, so it's essential. And then for field use, if you can figure out all of the ones that are crossed out, more power to you. We couldn't. It was very difficult when people were trying to rent our fields. So we worked on having something that makes a lot more sense for us, but and we brought this to Rec Committee as well. So field use for people who have non-residents as participants. And a weekly fee, but what does a week mean? Because the way we had it, it says a week, but does that mean 24 hours a day for 7 days? So we tried to clarify what a week was and then what a season was. And then the final addition that we have is administrative fee for third-party program processing. So this is somebody runs a program. For example, we have a dance program that's going to be happening. So they have a fee that they charge per person, and then we just charge an additional $5 that helps us pay our processing fees.
That's it?
That's it, just those couple things.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yes?
I love that you're simplifying, and most of it's making sense. I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly.
Yes,
so
please.
The use of gymnasium, where all of those are being deleted, that's because those are covered by use of building?
Correct.
Across, okay.
Yep, so therefore it doesn't really matter where somebody is using the building.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
But there won't be a difference between nonprofit and for-profit anymore?
If it's during business hours, it's more, are they a fee-based program? Are they charging a fee?
Okay.
Versus if it's non-business hours, whether it's profit or nonprofit, it costs us money to open the building, and it costs me to staff the building.
Okay.
So it's just to cover those costs.
Okay, sounds fair. Mr. Brown?
Are you able to waive fees for eligible income eligible families?
So we have been doing that for a lot of our other fees, so we can certainly have conversations and are happy to do that when we can.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Okay, anyone in the audience have any comments or questions?
You guys, that made sense to all of y'all?
Yes, it did. You did it very well. Thank you.
If it's so complicated next year as well, maybe just a little narrative to go with it to get us started, because I was a little confused. I appreciate you helping me with the emails.
No problem. I tried, but it's a lot. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping next year it looks nice and smooth and nothing needs to be updated.
That would
That's
be
the
great.
hope. Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes,
may,
Mr.
before your
Richardson.
next item, I neglected to mention at the start of the meeting, you mentioned the teen sports program. Falmouth lost Bob Busher 2 weekends ago. Fantastic. Multiple decades at the Lawrence School as a teacher and decades as our varsity basketball coach. And he was very important in my life, and I know a lot of people in the community. So Falmouth has lost a really great man, and we thank him for all he did for the community.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Overlooked that as well.
Okay, and I think final.
Final.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Renshaw.
Select Board advertising fees. This change is basically to reflect the actual cost of newspaper advertisements for all licenses, all license applications. So in the past, as you can see in your packet, wetlands liquor licenses were $50 and the other licenses were $35. This is to reflect the true cost. So we pay the cost up front and then invoice the applicant for the actual true cost.
Okay, very good. Anyone have any questions on that? Anyone in the audience? I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Mr. Robinson?
There is no changes to the public works fees, but I have a comment.
You got to come up.
With regard to that? Hi, Alan Robinson. I'm chair of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and I live here in Falmouth. There are no changes proposed by DPW to the fees, but we, the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, we spent a lot of time in 2025 with a goal to systematically review and assess the waste management fee structure and generate recommendations for possible modifications. This we did. Notably, we found that the fees for individual items such as mattresses to be generally consistent with those in other Cape towns and at rates that adequately capture the costs for recycling or disposal. We discussed the annual sticker fees of $40 for access to all elements of the Thomas Lanners Road upper level and the Blacksmith Shop Road leaf composting facility and the $10 fee for the swap shop. We found those two to be appropriate. And so we have no specific changes to any of those fees. We think we have a good set of fees. What we did develop were 3 potential structural changes to the waste management fee structure. The first was a sticker fee waiver process for members of our community with documented financial need. The second was a second household vehicle sticker option at a reduced price to support our patrons' needs who have more than one car and would use the waste management facility or the swap shop with either of those cars. The third was a combined beach and waste management sticker at no discount, but to reduce the administrative processing time and cost. The rationales and means and methods were included with our recommendations. We submitted these findings and the recommendations to the DPW Director, McConerty, and then to the Town Manager on September 19th. As it happens, our committee never received acknowledgement of receipt of the 919 letter, nor were we contacted to discuss our recommendations. We were disappointed this Friday when we learned via the town meeting packet for tonight that none of our recommendations are incorporated in the fee structures for this hearing.
Are you finished, Mr. Robinson?
If I may, I had planned to make a request for these. I did receive a letter from an email from Mr. Renshaw this morning explaining that he and the assistant town manager did consider our request, and they decided, based on the various important factors, not to make the changes at this time. What concerns us is that we were not responded to when we submitted the original email, that we weren't brought in to discuss the proposed changes, and that is troubling, because we are an advisory committee. We are here, we are appointed to advise, and we really weren't given the opportunity to fulfill the role that we're charged with.
Certainly appreciate all the work you do, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Robinson, I appreciate your work too, but remember that your advisory committee advises to the select board. So when you make advisory recommendations, I suggest you send them to selectboard@falmouthma.gov. That way the board is aware, because we're now being held accountable for a lack of communication, but we didn't actually see the recommendations. You assuming that town manager or DPW director would forward it to us, I think, and maybe that you would expect that might happen, but that's not typically the way it works. Your committee gets together, decides, votes, and then sends it to the whole board. That way we're all aware of it, and then we can follow up and say, hey, did we consider that?
Well, I do know your request was fully vetted. Mr. Renshaw, please.
Real quick, well, not quickly. So, Mr. Robinson, I have nothing but respect for the work that you do and the entire SWAC, that committee, in terms of the data that you generate. As I indicated in my email this morning, we did review the proposal. My concerns were about workload, increasing workload on the town clerk's office, which is currently responsible for printing those stickers, changing to this new format. I'm not against the idea. I just think the timing is off a bit for this upcoming year. What I want to do is sit down with the SWAC, and this is my commitment to you, and as we transition into the new clerk in May, we'll have some time to talk about impact and what that means in terms of workload. Not only the sticker production, which is a thing, but also the waiver. I'm intrigued by the idea, but I'm just concerned about the additional workload that review process would create, and which department division would take that on. So, again, much appreciate the effort that went into it. It's my understanding that you did have some conversations with the DPW director, and he did indicate he was not supportive. But again, I think it's just not timely. I want to make sure that we bring it back again for the select board's consideration next year.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you. We'll be back.
Good.
Okay.
We expect you back. Ms. Schneider, do you have?
One last thing on that, if I could mention. I think it shows the importance, we talked about this at our last strategic meeting, but this upcoming strategic meeting on how we can improve in communication and the processes, because Doug's an encyclopedia of how everything works, but you can't answer every question. So how we can make that so clear to people, I think, is very important.
I think it's important. I always constantly remind committees, don't try to send your recommendations to an individual person, because town staff is very busy. And there's 5 of us, plus the town manager, assistant town manager, and the 2 ladies that work in the office that all see that. So it's more likely to catch somebody's attention than an individual who's got about 75 emails each day.
We just got to make sure that's clear that, that happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Schneider, very quickly, if you have something, because we're not really discussing this.
No, I just wanted to say that one of the things we hope you will consider in the future, which we did bring up and it's not being addressed at this time, we have complaints from patrons that our sticker size is too big, and when you have to buy a beach sticker and a waste management or a leaf dump sticker and you stack them, it impairs vision. We've been asked to go back to the idea of a single sticker if you want to have a sticker in a new color that's for both, and I hope that you will think about that. It seems logical not to have to print an additional sticker if we can come up with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will now consider a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, with respect to the application, any further discussion?
Just a comment or a question for town management. We, later on in our agenda, in our packets, we're going to be talking about the FY27 budget. And in there's a forecast that there are going to be deficits. When we look at revenues and expenses, there's ways to cut expenses, there's ways to increase revenues. I would imagine that these fees are ways to do that, and ways to do that equitably, so that some of the services, there can be exemptions, et cetera, et cetera. I'm wondering if this fee structure has been reviewed by finance committee, finance director, or anybody in the larger context of how we can perhaps leverage some of these fees where appropriate to help us close some of these gaps that we have financially.
So I can use an example. I think it was mentioned with regards to the mooring fees. I mean, that is a specific recent increase that we've seen, we've experienced. Well, everyone on the Cape has experienced the county dredging services increasing expenses. So I can say that collectively, I can't recall, I don't think the finance committee was involved, but I think finance director or directors were involved, if not the current, maybe the past, looking at ways that we can generate additional revenue. So that's one specific example. Comprehensively, no, I can't. In the 2 years that I've been here, that kind of an evaluation has not been done. But since you stole my thunder a little bit with the budget, with the forecast, it's an important point. We do need to start looking creatively at identifying additional revenue streams and making sure that we do it equitably, fairly across the board, but recognizing the true cost of providing these services and attempting to offset those costs with fees.
And I appreciate that we're having this on the same day, because we can actually talk about it in context, so we can move to prepare to, approve one, but it'd be much tighter and neater if we could have it all, in discussion one after the other, so we know, again, the pros and cons of the costs and benefits of everything. But, appreciate the work that you've put into this. It was just a bigger question there.
Okay, thank you. So does anyone want to make a motion with respect to the fee changes as presented?
Motion to approve and adopt the 2026 revised fees as presented.
Second. Third.
Okay, we have a motion and 2 seconds. That's 4. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move on to our second public hearing to consider whether to enact a regulation that creates a new class of license, the annual general on-premises arts and cultural license, and to further establish the license fees for immediate effect. Dr. Goldstone, for the notice?
Yes, notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the General Laws as amended that the Town of Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing to consider whether to enact a regulation that creates a new class of license, the General On-Premises Arts and Culture License, and to establish license fees for immediate effect. The purpose of the license is to allow qualified arts and culture businesses to sell alcoholic beverages at events on a limited basis. Licenses under this regulation may only be exercised for the greater of 3 days per week or 12 hours per week or in a time frame specified by the Select Board and are subject to all other requirements of a general on-premises license. A hearing on the above regulation will be held in the Select Board Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, on Monday, December 1, 2025 at 6:45 p.m. The text of the proposed regulation can be found on the town website, and comments may be sent to selectboard@falmouthmat.gov.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Renshaw to give a little introduction, but I'm going to say as an introduction, this was a situation where, the town saw an issue and worked proactively to really solve it with respect to many of our nonprofit organizations in town. So, Mr. Renshaw, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Exactly on point. The Select Board has considered this concept of creating this general on-premises license. Town Council has drafted the Arts and Culture License, a copy of which is included in your packet tonight. The General On-Premises Arts and Cultural License, for those of the community that don't know, is an annual license with 2 categories, all alcoholic beverages and wine and malt beverages. The license is going to allow venues whose primary purpose is to display, produce, and promote the arts and culture in society to sell alcoholic beverages on a very limited schedule. To give some examples, a gallery or exhibition hall where works of art, including paintings, drawings, etchings, sculpture, pottery, handmade, wearable art, and other visual art media are placed on display. Gallery or exhibition hall may have such artwork as related items for sale. Another example, a cultural venue where theater, dance, music, or other performing art productions are held. As you all know, we receive frequent requests from Highfield Hall and some other venues. A museum, library, or historic building that displays or exhibits artistic, historic, scientific, natural, or man-made objects of interest. And as the Vice Chair indicated, very specific periods. Licenses may be exercised for the greater of 3 days per week or 12 hours per week. Select Board can allow additional hours at their sole discretion. Importantly, we did some benchmarking. The Select Board office did some benchmarking. Phyllis Downey The admin has done a great job with this. There are 4 towns on Cape Cod known to have issued these general on-premises licenses. Barnstable is the only nearby town to offer general on-premises licenses specifically for the arts and culture venue, which this is aimed to address. The maximum number of special one-day licenses permitted to a licensee annually is 30 events. The fee for this license is for the existing license is $25 per day for a total of $750 a year, not including filing fees, which is an additional $10, I think, per application. Importantly, we took a look, again, benchmarking using the town of Barnstable as an example. Barnstable's fees are $750 for wine and malt beverage license and $1,000 for the all alcoholic beverages license. The proposed annual fees, as you see in your packet tonight, for Falmouth are $500 for a wine and malt beverages license and $750 for an all alcoholic beverages license. We're trying to incentivize businesses to apply through this process. It saves staff time, and it saves the organizations, I should say, time as well. So we're trying to reduce the ultimate cost versus the current system, that $25 or $35 per application, to an amount that makes it financially makes sense for the organizations.
But the current system will continue for those that don't want an annual
Correct.
license.
It will. But this gives an option.
Yeah,
and,
okay.
and perhaps a more economically advantageous option for these types of businesses. Annual license would allow qualified arts and cultural businesses to select events and dates for events based on public interest rather than the number of special one-day licenses permitted and their associated costs. So the recommendation from the Select Board Office, Mr. Chair, and Select Board is to enact this regulation that creates a new class of license, the annual general on-premises arts and cultural license, and to further establish a license fee, again, as Vice Chair indicated, for immediate effect.
Council have anything to add to this discussion? We appreciate your drafting the proposed regulation.
Happy to do it. I do have just one comment. I want to draw your attention to subsection D of the proposed license. This was in response to comments that we had the last time that we discussed this. And what the draft license was missing before was a cap on hours of operation, so that it was really clear that this license was intended to be used by license holders where the service of alcohol was not the focus of their business, that the focus was elsewhere, and that this was really intended for special events or just in recognition that alcohol service was a minor part of their greater overall business. So to get here, and this was a guess on my part that this might be acceptable to the group. What is proposed here is an acknowledgement that this is likely to be used by maybe art galleries and museums to have short events on a Thursday, Friday, and a Saturday, maybe, and just held from 4:30 to 6:30, for example, and that would be it. That's their whole weekly alcohol service. Or maybe there's a one-day event that lasts all day where they have a luncheon and then something else later that day, or a fundraising event or of some sort. So juxtapose that against something like Highfield Hall, for example, and Clock, where they actually operate quite a few hours during their season, but they don't really serve alcohol during that whole time. There's a play going on or some sort of event, and they only serve alcohol for maybe half an hour before the show starts and then during intermission. So the alcohol service isn't actually that long, but they would need greater hours to put on the license to operate for that day. So, for example, I think Clock's schedule it's 5 days a week, and their total service time each day is maybe 4 to 5 hours. And that's a significant amount of time for something like this, but they're really only serving alcohol for an hour a day. So what Section D does is it recognizes that this license is only meant for short periods of time for the service of alcohol, but that it also allows you to give someplace like Highfield Hall additional hours to be open, knowing that they're not going to use all of those hours. So this you could amend these here if you want. You could amend the 3 days per week or 12 hours per week as a maximum, with knowing that that's the framework that I used here to arrive at those metrics.
No, I'm comfortable with those hours, especially giving us the discretion to make adjustments to it. Mr. Brown?
I would agree and just suggest that we put this out there and see what we get for feedback, and we could always toss it back on the agenda if somebody points out something that we might have missed.
Anyone else?
Well, this is the hearing. Yeah. You can continue the hearing if you want, but this was published, noticed.
Mm-hmm.
So there is an intention for you to vote it tonight, but you can always continue it to another day.
Oh, I think you meant just let's get it enacted and see how it works.
That's what I
And
meant.
if there's a
Just
real
put it out
issue
there,
at some point in the
Let them
future.
give it a try, see how much interest there is, first of all.
Easy enough to come back and amend it if it doesn't work.
Right.
Okay. Someone ready for a motion?
Is there public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Please.
Yes, please. And tell us who you are.
Tara Burke, I'm the executive director or co-executive director at Highfield Hall, so this does impact us, as you know. Will this address, because part of the issue with the state mandate is we can no longer have a 12C license, so that we have always hired a bartending service, and according to the state guidelines, Highfield has to now hold, or Clock has to hold the license, and we have to do the pour. So I'm not sure if this addresses that. And then my follow-up question is, does this supersede the state guidelines now if this does pass tonight?
Which state guidelines?
Mass Alcohol Bureau.
Well, I'm not quite sure which guidelines you're referring to, but I'll answer the first question first. So, yes, this started because entities like yours are no longer able to use caterers. We can't do anything about that. What this addresses instead is the other option that you were left with was having to come and get individual one-day licenses instead of spending the exorbitant money for a full annual license and everything that comes with that. We can't address the catering part of it and the need for hiring staff and certifying them. So under this license, it is a general on-premise, which means that you will have to have staff who are serving and who are serving alcohol and who are certified to do so.
I have a question about that. I thought that the reason for the state change was so that organizations wouldn't be reliant on a caterer to kind of cover the license. It would seem to me that if they get the license, they can still hire a caterer if it's more convenient for them. Wouldn't that be correct?
No, so what happened with the catering license is over the summer, the ABCC reinterpreted how that license is applied, and they made a determination that the 12C license can only be used for private functions. And if you're open to the public, that the catering license is just completely unavailable. So that catering disposition where you could just hire someone to come and take care of all of the alcohol service is not available to any business that wants to serve the public.
Geez, that's a big step backwards, isn't it?
It was kind of shocking to have that be a new interpretation of that law.
It just doesn't make sense.
Do you know, has there been any pushback, or Mr. Richardson will ask you on behalf of the Senator Fernandez, has there been any pushback?
I'm not going to touch this one.
Okay, fair enough. But have we heard of any pushback from municipalities or organizations such as Highfield?
I'm not aware of any.
To the state?
I'm happy to do it. I mean, I don't mind calling them up and giving them peace of my mind every once in a while.
I think the organizations are the ones that need to bring it to the attention of the state. We've done all.
I would like to, however, I just don't want any pushback coming towards Highfield. And I was wondering, would the select board write a letter and push back and ask? To me, it's counterproductive. You're asking, or the state is asking staff to now staff, our private events, or, our public events. For instance, our Friday night twilights for, holidays at Highfield. Staff is now manning the bar, and I feel as though the catering and/or bartending service is more able to provide that service, and certainly knowledge and expertise on, pointing out overserved folks, whatever.
Yeah.
It's an hour and a half. It's not a lot of time, but that's the question.
We can certainly consider it for a future agenda item if we want them to put some letter, but Mr. Brown?
I was going to say, or we could even just send a letter associated with this and say, during our discussion, this came up, and we want clarification. I mean,
It's not on the agenda.
clear.
I think we probably need to address it as an agenda item
Okay.
at some point.
I might suggest, if as a starting point, if I just reach out to, I've been working with the people at the ABCC for a long time now, and maybe I just call them and see if there's any kind of discussion going on internally about.
Yeah. And use this as an example that they might be willing to get the license as long as they could still operate in a way that makes sense, if that's possible.
We've done all we can do, but I will, while you're up there, make a plug for the Shopkeepers Noel at Highfield Hall. My wife and I were there yesterday. It is absolutely, I think, one of the best, if not the best, I've seen for your holiday. So it's really something anyone should really get up there and take a look at. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, there was another comment. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's John Rest. I'm a Falmouth resident. I'm here on behalf of CLOC, College of Light Opera. We have a few questions. As you know, we put on 9 shows in 9 weeks, and each week there are 6 performances. So we also sell alcohol at all 6 performances. The 12 hours limit is we work within that. We'll be okay with that. But there's a special event, like the orchestra or the choral group wants to do a fundraiser for someone and do a Saturday afternoon, whatever. I'm not sure we'd make it under your timeline of 12 hours. So my question is, what would be your criteria for extending it for that week to get an extra 2 hours or so? And what's the process in order to do that? Or even easier, are we set on 12 hours? Can you make it 14? If you do it at 14, I'm sure that we won't have any issue at all. But we're cutting it close at the 12.
Yeah, well, that's the feedback we're looking for, right?
I mean, I'm cool with raising the number. I don't see any reason. Do you see any concerns, Town Council, making?
Well, so I might suggest something maybe a little easier even, where when applicants apply, they can request conditional allowances for additional events. The board is very open to, especially Highfield Hall and Clock, knowing that they're likely to exceed the 12 hours from time to time. And perhaps those events could just be conditionally approved pending enough time to notify the select board office of when those events are going to be. Just as long as the town knows with enough advance notice that there's going to be an additional event on a particular day, it doesn't have to be that difficult.
Can we do both? Go 14 and
you can do whatever you want.
Let's put that option in there.
I was going to say, that actually doesn't really work for Clock because it's not something that's scheduled well ahead of time. We only have a 9-week window, and those kids are very busy week to week learning the next show. And if they come up and say, we can do a benefit fundraiser next Sunday, we'd like to be able to do it we're not going to have time to submitting a lot of papers, getting approvals.
It's not
It just
even
won't
that.
happen. And that's okay if
not
it
what
doesn't
I'm.
happen.
It's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just saying it's really only Highfield Hall and Clock that would need that additional dispensation, and I don't see that it's that difficult to just say you can have 14 hours or 15 hours a week instead of making the license have it be like just know that these are the two applicants who are going to need additional time and just give it to them.
Could the application ask for, as a part of the application, are further hours required and a justification for it so that the application, and then it comes to the select board, we have the license terms and we can deal with the additional hours at the same time?
That's what the discretionary part of Section D is supposed to be. It's supposed to be as simple as have an applicant ask and say, here's why we need 15 hours instead of 12, and then you say yes.
I would like to just change the number anyways. So if the board would look favorable, I guess we have to close the public hearing, but
Let's see if there's any more
Yeah.
public comment. Any more comments, sir?
I'm sorry, are we leaving it, you're going to do it at 14, or are we going to?
Well, we don't know
can't
yet.
discuss that.
We got to hear everybody.
We got to hear everybody, close the hearing, and then we'll discuss amongst ourselves.
Okay, I have another question.
Sure.
From what I understand, council suggested when we apply for the license, we can staple on an addendum saying, under our circumstances, we would like 14 hours instead of 12, and submit it all at once.
That's kind of what we're thinking as a solution to your problem and possibly Highfield Hall's
That's a
problem.
backup plan.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Scott Pinkney. I live in North Falmouth. I'm vice president of the trustees of Clock. And I just wanted to say on behalf of Clock, thank you for doing this. It was a real scramble doing day licenses. And also the Theater Guild was scrambling as well. So just wanted to voice our appreciation to the select board for addressing this for something that benefits the whole town. Thank you.
It's really the town manager's office that
Thank you.
thought up the solution.
Okay, if there's no other, as I said, it's we saw a problem and we went about fixing it. If there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
You said motion.
Aye.
Aye, okay. Okay, so any further discussion? I for one, would be happy with leaving it at 12, as council has drafted, with the proviso that the application allow applicants to set forth an explanation as to why they'd like additional hours, whether it's 2 hours, 3 hours, 4, whatever amount it is. There's always a possibility it's going to be more. So that's my sense anyway. Mr. Reed?
If we have hours per week, what is the purpose of the days per week stipulation in there?
It is a recognition that some of these art and culture license holders would really just be doing like a wine and cheese thing, maybe 5 days a week. And sometimes they just want to do 5 hours each day on a weekend. It's to allow for both, like either one or the other. And also to kind of prevent a business from cloaking itself as an arts and culture business, just so they can get a cheaper license.
So using the folks that are here from Highfield and Clock, we were just told there's 6 performances per week, which means there's 6 days per week.
And you can, yeah.
And then we have the operative word of or. So it's one or the other.
Whichever is greater.
Whichever is greater.
And so that goes back to knowing that for those events, even though they have people on the premises at their plays and musicals for 4 hours at a time, they're really only serving alcohol for an hour.
Yeah, totally get that. I appreciate where we've gotten. It was just more of a quick question. I think we're experiencing now the difficulty of D. We're doing a lot of explaining on something that was meant to be simple
I
in
spent
nature.
hours trying to figure, like, looking at schedules, and we did a lot of internal talking about what does this mean, and are we thinking too much about it?
I would, thank you very much. Thank you for coming, giving your concerns. I still think why not just make it a little more lenient and make it that 20 hours? And then if we really see an issue of rogue shops getting less licenses, cheaper licenses, which I really don't think would happen if you just set it to 20, I think we just save a couple of sentences on applications. So, I mean, I would move approval of this with the amendment to subsection D to strike 12 and replace it with 20 hours per week.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I'd like
All in favor?
more feedback from town council on that. That's a pretty big change.
Yeah, I don't like it myself. Go ahead.
I think you're going to see a lot of restaurants putting a couple paintings up and asking for this license.
I mean, I guess that feels, I feel like there's enough in there in terms of what a qualified arts and culture business is that, and I think we know what those are, that I'm not too worried about that. At the same time, 20 hours, that's half a full-time job. Like, 20 feels like a lot in a week. I could see the 14, 15 to allow for 3 hours at your 5 performances, or a little bit longer, that one extra event. I could see adding a couple hours. 20 feels like a lot for something that is intended to be essentially still an event license, not a
Sure.
You know,
And and if I could, so the folks from Clock have said that they want to go 6 days, probably if you allow 2 hours each day, because before the show, during, and I don't know, probably not after, I don't know how that works. But then if they want to have a weekend thing, that's at least 2, maybe 3 hours. So that puts it around 15. That's likely going to be our, the far end of what's really required.
Line in the sand, yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool. You want to go 16 or 15?
I would request that you amend your motion.
Amend your motion.
Then I could
15,
support it.
Oh, sure. I amend my motion to pass the motion as presented with the exception of striking in subsection D 12 to 15. So subsection D would read, license under this regulation may only be exercised for the greater of 3 days per week or 15 hours per week.
Okay, there's a motion.
I would second that.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so our third is to consider the request to name the Green Pond Bridge for Sergeant Joshua Tipton. Dr. Goldstone for the notice.
The Select Board of the Town of Falmouth will hold a public hearing as required by the Select Board naming policy for public facilities and places to solicit comments from the public on the request to name the Green Pond Bridge for Sergeant Joshua Tipton. Comments may be sent via email to selectboard@falmouthmad.gov. The public hearing will be held on Monday, December 1, 2025 at 6:45 p.m. in the Select Board Meeting Room, Town Hall, Falmouth, Massachusetts, 02540.
Okay. Mr. Renshaw, do you want to turn it over to Mr. Reed, or you want to give us a bit of
Just some background real quickly for the community that may not be aware. Mr. Chair and Select Board, back in June of last year, Ms. Amanda Braga Tipton, sister of late Sergeant Joshua Tipton of the U.S. Army, submitted a written application to the Select Board office, which is attached to your packet, requesting the Select Board consider naming the Green Pond Bridge for Sergeant Joshua Tipton. Sergeant Tipton served in the U.S. Army for 6 years, including serving in the Combat Army Readiness Brigade, where he served as a tanker. Tragically, Sergeant Joshua Tipton died by suicide. In accordance with policy, the Select Board initiated the one-year waiting period in its meeting back on July 15th of last year. During the meeting on July 28th of this year, Select Board designated one of its members, Select Board Member Reed, to select input and advice from whichever department, board, committee, or commission oversees the public facility or place to be named in accordance with the policy. Tonight, Select Board is conducting a public hearing to hear that report from Select Board Member Reed and take appropriate action.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reed.
In accordance with the naming policy, I reached out to several folks in the community, as well as Mr. McConerty with the DPW, to understand more. I think Sergeant Tipton's story is a very compelling one, and after public comment, I will be prepared to ask for a vote, depending on public comment.
All right, anyone else? If not, there's public comment, I think. You're up.
Well, thank you. I am the sister of Sergeant Joshua Tipton. I think anything that I have wanted to relay was in the packet that was presented over a year ago, but I, again, just continue to be grateful for the opportunity to potentially move forward with this. Out of this has been birthed, this is separate but yet together. Out of this has been birthed a nonprofit to help in the sector of veteran and first responder suicide prevention and support should it happen to the families, because as a family, as an immediate family member who's walking through it, and I don't say this in arrogance, but it takes one to know one. So I know what the families are needing as far as the support. And so, obviously a bridge, literally and metaphorically, is positioned to bring someone from one place to another place, right? And Joshua, I just was actually remembering today when he was about 8 years old. He was before his time. He said to my mom, it was Pearl Harbor Day, and he said, I'd like to go down to the Green Pond Bridge and have a little ceremony. So there he was, this little 8-year-old, throwing flowers into the water, and he made a paper airplane, probably littered, we won't go there, and he threw it into the water, and he held a moment of silence for the greatest generation, right? Our World War II veterans. And I just wanted to share that because that was the type of heart that he carried from childhood until it stopped beating. Thank you.
It's a wonderful story. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Yes.
I had one person reach out to me, not that I was assigned to this, but to tell me that, and a former select board member said that they felt like maybe it should be the Veterans Memorial Bridge in memory of Josh Tipton. Just one comment that I'll share. I guess that person couldn't be here, so throw that out there.
I have something for you.
Okay.
But
Okay. Any more comment? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Discussion among the board. Mr. Reed?
So you know my mantra of doing things in isolation and trying to prevent that and to take a look at the bigger picture and a larger purpose, and I think this speaks to the comment that you have. Regarding Sergeant Tipton, the accolades and the personal references, his story speaks for itself. Their stories are strong. What's not obvious in this are the invisible wounds. I've learned a lot serving now on the Veterans Council as a liaison to the Veterans Council. I've learned a lot since taking this on from various military and veteran websites, learning more. And the invisible wounds can be cognitive, emotional, behavioral conditions that result from trauma and other adverse experiences, such as PTSD and traumatic brain injury. These wounds are often not immediately apparent and can impact a service member's lives and relationships, and we know that, even after returning home. Unlike visible and physical injuries, these conditions are internal and can be difficult to detect. Symptoms like social withdrawal, anger, depression may not become apparent until long after a service member has left their military. So when I think about this, I think about it in a combined recognition. What can we do this to make this request a little bit larger and bigger in picture? So what I think we can do is tie it to the great work of the Veterans Council and think about this in terms of an invisible wounds bridge in memory of Sergeant Joshua Tipton, with a target date of Memorial Day. and doing something in conjunction with the Veterans Council to do so. I believe this is going to improve awareness. It can help reduce stigma and provide support and resources to those affected in the name of Sergeant Joshua Tipton. So I would ask the board for a positive vote to name the Green Pond Bridge in honor of invisible wounds, but also Sergeant Tipton in some way, shape, or form. And I would ask that the next steps after a positive vote would be to work with the family, with Amanda, with the Veterans Council and the DPW to get the language 100% nailed down.
That sounds like a reasonable plan. If I could just,
Do we have the ability to do that, council, at this point? Given the naming policy and what's set forth, I mean, do we have the ability to implement Mr. Reed's suggestion?
I don't see any reason why not.
just another comment, if I could, that also another local military veteran, Joe Vidal, who was a colonel, I believe, in the Army, also passed away on that bridge. So, you know, there's reason to think of more than just Josh. Josh was an important member of our community, but we have others too. So if we could share a little bit of that.
How would the family feel about Mr. Reed's suggestion? Would you mind?
I respectfully suggested it to Mr. Reed.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, then. So, Mr. Reed, if you want to put that into a motion, I'm sure we'll move forward.
Motion to, let me go back to the original language, just to...
Maybe to refine the name in conjunction with the committee.
Motion to approve, sorry, thinking out loud here. Motion to approve the request to name the Green Pond Bridge for a refined, some assistance here would be good.
I would say, name the Green Pond Bridge in memory of Joshua Tipton, with the naming, with the exact naming to be determined in collaboration with the Veterans Committee and others.
Great, what he said.
Okay.
So, if I may, Mr. Chair? So, yeah, I think in the motion, perhaps, to reflect that, that you want to honor multiple veterans, and I don't know if the term invisible wounds is a term of art that you want to put in the motion, in addition to specifically naming Officer Tipton, and the proviso that the wording to be finalized through, further dialogue. I just didn't know if you wanted to include the, invisible wounds specifically.
That is a term that is used throughout the military and veterans associations, but to your point, getting the exact language down would be, my goal here, to partner cause with the individual in order to name the Green Pond Bridge appropriately.
Can I take another stab at some language?
I think we need a little more detail.
Motion to approve the request to name the Green Pond Bridge in memory of Sergeant Joshua Tipton and other veterans, other Falmouth veterans, with the naming to be determined in consultation with stakeholders, over the next 6 months?
Well, 6 months.
And subject to final select board approval?
And subject to final select board approval.
Okay. That's a motion.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, I think. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank your family. Thank you.
Motion by committee.
Okay, we will now proceed to the business portion of our agenda. And before we do, I just want to mention that at our last meeting, we had discussed having a letter with respect to the Bourne Rail Trail on the agenda for this evening. I asked that it not be included on this evening's agenda, honestly, because I wasn't sure if I was going to be here or not, and I wanted to be part of the discussion. So I I have asked Mr. Renshaw to place it on the agenda for our next meeting, at which time we will have a draft of that letter in place. So now we will move to a report of the Community Preservation Committee. And Ms. Cooney, we're going to hold you all to your 15 minutes. We have a long agenda, and there are people who would like to at least get home to watch the fourth quarter of the Patriots-Giants game at this point. So, Mr. Brown had asked for the whole game, and we said that wasn't going to work.
Can we get one of the extra TVs on? Is that yeah, that one over there?
Okay. And we do have a new administrator here, so she can introduce herself to the community, for those who don't know.
Sure. Hi, I'm Emily Webb. I recently joined as the CP Fund Administrator in August, so happy to be here. Thanks.
Welcome.
And she's doing a great job.
Yeah.
So you'll just to go forward. Yep.
Good evening, I'm Sandy Cooney, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. We have a brief report. I'll be quick. As you know, the CPA Act was adopted here in Falmouth by first town meeting and then the May 2005 town vote. This is presently the committee. There are 4 at-large appointed by the Board of Selectmen. Mike Stone is the vice chair. Thomas Crane and Ralph Hurst are 4 at-large. The other 5 are appointed by their respective committees. Steve Patton is here with us tonight. He's the Housing Authority rep. We have Scott Gelfie from Recreation Committee. We have Tamsin George from the Historical Commission. And we have Thomas Zine from the Planning Board. We have 1 vacancy on the Conservation Commission. They have some new members, so hopefully they'll be appointing someone soon to join us. This is our map that just shows you what we've done in the last 21 years. So the total revenue that we've raised with the local surcharge and the CPA match is over $77 million. This year was a record low, 16.9%. You can see the overall is 37.5%. And of course, that's a decline in real estate activity. The revenue for the trust fund is generated by filing fees at the State Registry of Deeds. There was a lack of state budget surplus funds this year, and there are more communities involved, so that's part of the pie. This is just the map that shows the color codes of all of the projects and how they're spread out all around town. This is our little pie shell. It shows you the categories and the percentages that are spent in each category. As you know, the land bank debt was something that we took over with the CPA, so that is the biggest.
Could I stop you there for a moment, Sandy? Do we know how much, I mean, I'm sure we do, how much is left on that land bank debt and how long?
So the town has set aside all the funds needed to pay off the land bank debt, which will be paid off in 2035. But the money is already
allocated.
Already there.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that was something the committee was adamant they wanted to do within the 20 years. This is the same categories you saw in the pie shell, and that just puts the amount of monies, the total amount spent in each of those categories. As you see, the land bank's the highest, and the administration is the lowest. These are the projects that were awarded at the last town meeting. That was one of the biggest rounds we'd ever had. And the only one I'm going to comment on right now is probably the bikeway access to and from Church Street. There's been some challenges with the permitting on that because it has to meet accessibility requirements, and so because of the steep. So they're working on it. I don't know whether they'll pursue a variance. The timing of the next steps are not clear yet, but they are working on that. And then these were the other articles that were awarded.
Could we go back to that for a second?
The other one?
Yeah, the ADA requirement on the bikeway access. What is the sticking point, if you could? Is that where it exits to Luscombe?
It has to meet the requirements in the Mass CMR statutes. So it has to be somewhat ADA compliant to use CPA funds.
Right. And where is the sticking point on that? Is it a certain location, or?
This is all I know.
Okay. I'll look into it later.
Yeah, because they're not sure yet whether they can work out the details or whether or not they can pursue a variance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then on these articles, Pekingese Island did ask for an extension, and the Community Preservation did grant it for the simple reason that when you look at the next slide, these are going to be the projects that have been proposed to us for this coming town meeting, April town meeting. And you'll see that Pekingese Island has requested to do some shingling for $62,000. So if town meeting passes that, they'll do the windows, the money that they got for the windows last year and the shingling at the same time. Kind of makes sense. The only one of these that the CPC did not fund is the school administration field upgrade for $170,000. And not because it doesn't need an upgrade, because it does, but because it was the Codgers that were the applicants, and it really should be a town board. It should be either the Recreation Department or the DPW. And I think Mr. Renshaw can probably work with that in the future, but it should be a town department that submits the application to do the work. But it does need work, and hopefully it'll come back. And I believe it's on the capital plan anyway for some upgrades.
Mr. Renshaw, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Real quickly.
Thank
I don't
you.
want to eat too much of the time. So, yes, so we've had conversations with Emily, Jed Cornock, and I, and Peter. It's about bandwidth and making sure that the staff has the capacity to manage the projects. That's why we're suggesting, perhaps going forward, there's a slight amendment to the application that requires that signature by the town manager's office, just so we're aware. There's been examples recently where, that engagement, collaborative approach didn't occur. And then we run into situations where who's got what, who's responsible for the
With
project
town-owned
management.
property.
With town properties, yes.
So we just asked him to bring it back. And then, I had talked to Julie from Recreation, and I talked to Peter McCarthy from DPW, and both of them have their plates full right now with applicants. So we felt, all right, they can wait another year. And so in the next few meetings of the CPC, we're going to be meeting with the West Falmouth Library again, just for some questions. And then we'll be drafting the recommendations and the explanations for the articles so we can have them submitted in January. Funding rounds. The next funding rounds, they'll be announced in January, the dates. Time urgent applications will be, for the November town meeting, will be due sometime in mid-April, and they just have to meet one of these time urgent criterias: risk of significant loss of funding, risk to public safety, or risk of damage to a loss of a town asset, or an unforeseen necessity uncovered during implementation of a previously funded project. And then all other town projects are usually due sometime in August for the following town meeting. And I just for a minute wanted to go back to these articles coming before us for town meeting. I wanted to just make a quick comment on the Taft's Playground for $650,000. This is something that's been in the works for a couple of years. I had reached out. I've talked with Barbara Morris, who's the mother of Taft Morris, who the playground is named after. They're all so thankful. So this correspondence was in February of 2024. So this has been 2 years almost. And then I also talked with her son-in-law, married to Taft's sister, and they're all excited about the fact that the town is moving forward. We're aware that it needs attention, has a lot of safety issues. When Bob Brown was the chairman of the rec committee, he did write a letter to the Board of Selectmen, town management, on the playground safety issues there. The town did then take it upon themselves, and I don't know if you've seen this or not, but there's an inspection report on Taft's Playground. And it clearly, if you haven't looked through it, you should. The bottom line of their summary is overall, this playground is in extremely poor condition and poses many safety risks. And it's all spelled out in this. So the town has it, we need to move forward. So the $650,000 should cover the cost of a new playground, bringing it up to code. The family, I know Julie has also reached out to family members and to the Woods Hole community, and hopefully we'll be meeting, and we'll get that design, and hopefully we're ready to go for town meeting, because it has to get done sooner rather than later. So, and that's my report.
Okay.
Did I say thank you?
Thank you.
You did, thank you.
Have any questions?
I don't know, just, what is holding up that Taft playground? It's not us, is it?
Nothing, we're moving forward. We
Okay.
needed to move forward. 2 years ago, they knew we were moving forward, except that nobody was doing anything, so we had to do something. So we got the reports. Julie has submitted the application, and we'll be meeting with Woods Hole community hopefully sometime in December.
That
No
was a
matter
sticking,
what,
I
we
mean, that
need
was
to-
the most recent issue, was community engagement from the Woods
Right, but
Hole
we've
community.
had community engagement 2 years ago.
I understand.
So it's not new. They all are aware that we needed to move forward because it's in such, I mean, town council can tell you, it's in writing now. You
Right.
can't wait.
Okay, let's go.
All right. Are we ready?
All right, thank you.
Good job.
Hey.
Okay, thank you. Now we will hear from the Waterways Committee. Thank you.
Hi, folks. My name is Joe Vosi, Chairman of the Falmouth Waterways Committee, and I appreciate the opportunity to present this report. And I really need to thank the Select Board, the town administrators, and Doug Brown especially for his involvement in the Waterways Committee, attending meetings and adding a lot of input to those meetings. Also, I really need to emphasize the value of Greg Frazier with his extensive knowledge and the integrity that he brings to the office under some trying conditions at times. His experience is invaluable. I don't know where he gets the money, but he gets the money somehow from various sources and grants and so forth down the line. So with that said, sadly, I had to experience the loss of a great person, a great Falmouth person, a great Waterways Committee man, Chuck Eastman. He was on the Waterways Committee. He was very valuable. We lost him early in the year, and he added a lot to the Waterways Committee and to the town in general. If anybody didn't know him, they missed out on a good opportunity. And while he was on the board, one of the last things he did was to work hard and diligently on getting a much-needed boat ramp over at West Falmouth Harbor. So that was successfully completed. Unfortunately, he wasn't alive to see that. Excuse me. In Megansett, we did a lot of work there. In Megansett, set up a whole new dinghy dock system with the cooperation of the Upper Cape Regional Vocational School, supplying the labor to build the docks, and the DPW supplying the manpower and the equipment to put the docks in place. We also added a very user-friendly ramp to get down to those docks. Before, it was very steep. Now it's very gradual. So that ramp has been put in place. And we also added the entrance to Megansett Harbor under the 10-year comprehensive dredge permit. And in Great Harbor and Woods Hole, the dock there, the commercial dock there, is in very bad shape. We sent it out to bid. The bids came back exceeding the budgeted amount. So we had to post a sign there limiting the weight and the size of vehicles that were going onto that dock for safety reasons, and that In the spring, I think the town's going to look for some Seaport grant money to replace that dock. And also in Woods Hole at the Eel Pond, we put another ramp going down to the dinghy dock there as well to provide a safety access and regress from the floating docks. In Falmouth Harbor, Simpson's Landing was replaced. That, if you're not familiar with it, that's just inside the entrance of Falmouth Harbor, next to the Regatta Restaurant, what I used to call the Regatta Restaurant, but that's where that was all replaced, and that was done a lot with the community sea grant funds as well. The entrance to Falmouth Harbor, Great Pond, Green Harbor channels were all dredged, and the dredge spoils were all found to be beach compatible, so they were shipped to the various beaches, Surf Drive, Minot Beach, Bristol Beach, to renourish those beaches with those spoils. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Eel River Channel, this was a real challenge. Eel River, if anybody's familiar with it, is a very narrow inlet going in to service several rivers, Eel River East, West, Charles River. A lot of boating activity goes in and out of there. The inlet was very narrow, and we wanted to make it wider to decrease the velocity of the water going through there. But the land spit that was coming out is owned by Webner. We met many times with the director of Webner. Then it got to the point that we had to meet with the DCR representatives of the Army Corps of Engineers because it's government property, federal property. And our goal was to dredge 300 feet off that spit to open the channel up to reduce the flow of water going in there, reduce the velocity of the water. We didn't quite meet the goal. We wound up with 35 feet instead of 300, but it still served the purpose of reducing the velocity of the water going through there. In addition to that, anybody that's familiar with that area, that spit of land on the north side of it is a favorite place for boaters to beach their boats, put an anchor out, and go swimming there, which created a real hazard. Webner couldn't control it. They kept putting signs up. As soon as they put the signs up, they were taken away. So there was no enforcement mechanism in place. So with the help of Greg Frazier and the Waterways Committee, we applied for a bylaw change that would make it a violation to anchor in that channel. And now it became a violation and a finable violation, so that hopefully the safety aspect will improve there and people will be less able to get run over by boaters. Over in Wacoit Bay, the entrance over there, we added some navigational aids there to help the flow of boats going in and out of there. The amount of boat traffic is just increasing dramatically. So all these things are basically to help for the safety and well-being of the boaters and the general public in general. In addition to that, we formed 2 subcommittees of the Waterways Committee just recently to study 2 different issues, one being the mooring issue in Falmouth, and the main goal of that subcommittee is to try to determine if we are maximizing the use of the 3,000 moorings that the town of Falmouth has. So far, the subcommittee has acquired mooring regulations from all the other towns on the Cape. So we're digesting all of those and see how the mooring regulations in the town of Falmouth compared to other ones around. The second subcommittee that's been formed is a dredging subcommittee. That's also another hot item. Everybody wants more water, more depth to the water so they can put bigger boats in there. So it's a very contentious issue. About 5 years ago, we had a priority list that was generated. We worked through the priority list, and now this subcommittee is going to develop another priority list on dredging needs throughout the town. Is that quick enough?
Very good.
8 minutes left to go.
Yeah, thank you. Doug has a question.
I just want to commend the committee for the work that they did on that, removing that peninsula off of Washburns Island, because that was getting really dangerous. And that was a huge undertaking that this committee took on, and of course, with the consultant, but, it was a kind of a task where it seems like mission impossible, but they kept working on it.
Yeah.
And it was unfortunate that you only got to 35 feet, because it seems like it's going to probably fill back in pretty quick. What was the biggest obstacle in the permitting? Who gave you the biggest opposition to that 300?
When we met, there was a lawyer, excuse me, construction supervisor, a representative from the Native American tribes because of the land and that issue there, and then director of DCR, Department of Conservation and Recreation. So there were 6 people at that committee, and it was about 2 hours.
Oh, I see. So it was more of a collective decision that they wanted to keep the land rather than...
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Well, thanks for what you did anyways. It's a lot safer.
yeah. And hopefully, it's not going to go away because, like you said, it's going to get back in again.
Right.
But that was, prior to doing that, we used to dredge straight up, going straight up there. We'd spend $25,000 in September, October, November, somewhere along that. Then you get a spring storm, and it filled back in. It was just like throwing the $25,000 out into the Atlantic
Right.
Ocean. So this was the alternative, was to go right there. So we'll see how it works out.
Okay. And thanks for mentioning Chuck Eastman, too. He was a good man.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, our next report.
Go Pats.
Yeah. Lucky you.
Our next report is the Beach Committee. Dr. Schneider.
So you have, Nancy's giving each a two-sided piece of paper that just represents a couple of the slides that are difficult with, that we thought you'd appreciate having a copy of them. And So, I guess we're leaving it that way. Yeah, that's easier, thanks. So this was then, and go forward. This is now. This was this summer in July, just to show you what the same beach looks like some years later, and why we keep stressing that it's so important that we keep paying our staff, keeping our staff, filling staff slots, and making sure that we can keep this many people safe, both on the land and in the water. This year was really busy for the committee, as always. We launched the food truck trial, and it was a big success. The town brought in its money with the vendors who were able to have a good first summer. They kept their staff. They were open each day. They kept food going all 4th of July weekend, which was no easy task, right up until 6:30 at night at the Heights, which was amazing. We were finding that people were really enjoying the different varieties of foods, and they were actually seeking out the beaches because of the food. That was a plus, and we're hoping that that will continue. Beachside Blends and Shawgee's rocked Bristol Beach. They rocked Chappie and the Heights with the new foods and offerings. In fact, we had everything from shrimp poor boys to incredible chicken Caesar wraps. In fact, the last things that were being served 4th of July when they were running out of food was they were down to being able to serve 50 remaining chicken Caesar wraps, and not one person got out of line. They all waited in line to get those. These are the steps that we have taken about the food truck trial. We met with both of the vendors at the end of the season. We really listened to them and their suggestions, what was great, what they would love to see tweaked. Our food truck subcommittee analyzed each of the locations for possible new RFPs coming up, and then met with the DPW to discuss the needs for each of those locations, including early and late access to the lot, wastewater, better wastewater disposal, safer wastewater disposal, and electricity. And those things we've been in conference with Peter McConerty and with the DPW. We recommend for 2026, the food truck locations would be in 6 places. They would be at both Old Silver Beaches, the Heights, Bristol, Chappie, and Surf Drive. We are recommending that the RFPs would also include a roving coffee truck and a roving ice cream truck. These trucks would be allowed at any of the beaches other than those listed above, but they would also be allowed at the ones listed above when those food trucks are not open for business. We found that people were really missing having ice cream and so on, and there's a definite need, as you're seeing with what's springing up in coffee trucks, for people getting coffee down by the water. We recommend that the RFP would go out, and Peter's just cringing right now, this month in December, so that vendors have the time to order equipment, even new trucks, and to plan accordingly with staff in an early enough time frame. Most of them are telling us that they are hiring in January and early February at the very latest. This way they will adequately cover their entire seasons and some weekends in the shoulder season. We are hoping that you will also look for someone in the DPW or the beach staff to be given the role of support to these vendors for the first year so that we can make sure that this program is successful. We were very careful as a beach committee to stop in and visit with these 2 vendors all last summer, making sure we heard their needs, their complaints, their positives, and to cheer them on. The RFPs should be 1 year with the option to renew for 1 or 2 more seasons after that. And that is the wrap-up on pretty much how we feel the food truck program can go forward for next year. Pumping Station Road. Why does the beach department need a new office space for the public to come to do beach business, and public bathrooms? And I'm showing you a few of the pictures that were taken this August. And yes, that is leaking mice urine that you're seeing in some of those pictures. We feel that right now the public access is absolutely horrid and actually dangerous when cars are backing out onto Surf Drive from those parking spots. The building is unsanitary and dilapidated, especially for staff who call this their work environment. The public areas are greatly antiquated and cannot be made to look worthy of a beach town, and the location is inevitably doomed with any money put toward the current location being wasted funds. You've heard this from us now for 3 years, and you've heard it from the police department, and we hope that we are all getting the idea that we can do better than this. We are hopeful that the feasibility study of 10 Pumping Station Road will find it a great location for the beach department. We think it will answer many of the questions and provide additional storage, which the DPW would be thrilled to have us get out of their hair. And it will also give the public easy access. This funding was from a study that was voted in by town meeting in 2023 for the 2024 budget, and it must be spent by June of this coming year. So the money's already there to do this feasibility study. We're hoping that this will be in the works, and we're asking that while this will also restore a historic building, we're hoping you will keep abreast of the progress of getting this underway, the architect in place to do this feasibility study, and that you'll make a commitment to the beach department to do so in a timely manner so we can apply for historic preservation funds from the CPC to do a lot of the work on that building if it would turn out that it would be appropriate. I'm going to turn this over now to Vice Chair Joe Struzula, and he's going to talk a little bit about budget.
Good evening. As I showed a few months back, this chart to the board, it indicates that the department, the beach department, through the revenue that it collects for parking permits, far exceeds its expenses every year. And that differential, which is shown on the chart, has been funded back to the town and has not been going in investing in the beaches. Falmouth is a unique community in the fact that many towns in the state do not have beachfront property, and we own quite a bit of it, and we have not been investing in it. We've left that investment languish for years, and it is starting to show dramatically. We are reducing our beaches' sizes. We do not have the kind of facilities to support the beaches. This is not Baywatch. We do not have the kind of equipment that we should have, and we don't store the equipment in places we should store it. It deteriorates every year, and every year we lose ground on our beaches. So my pitch today is to say to take that differential that is collected from the general public and put it back on the beaches. It averages about $500,000 a year in revenue, and everybody, the 14,000 permit applications we get for parking each year indicate that the community thinks that it's important to have access to the beach's parking areas and to use them. So we're not going to suffer if we take that revenue and put it back where it belongs, in the beach's development. And that's why we put this chart up each year, because we want you to know that we're not asking for additional funds we're not collecting. We're asking for those funds to go back onto the beaches. We have another slide that I would like to show. These are what people will do every day in order to get that permit, to get access to our beaches. They think that it's that important, and we know it is. Without those people, we would not have people in our restaurants, in our shops, in our every place in town. And this is why we need to invest in our community and invest in these beaches. The little pile of sand indicates, in my opinion, how much we have invested compared to the piles of sand that we need to invest each year. We have put only $25,000 a year back on our beaches each year as far as restoration, and that is not going to work. We can't wait for waterways to dredge a little something and throw it back on the beaches. We can't wait for DPW to scrounge around and find funds and do it. We have to make a concerted effort to make this part of our annual budget. I'll let you find it. In my view, this last slide is basically either it's a sunrise or a sunset. Depends on how you look at it. We're hoping that you will consider it a sunrise on Falmouth's beaches and not the sunset that we've been going through the last 5 years. We have not put the kind of investment into our infrastructure, and that's what the beaches are. They are our infrastructure. They are why they come. They come for the waterways, they come from the boats, they come for the moorings, they come for the harbors, but they pile onto the beaches. And part of that piling onto the beaches means we have to have staff that is trained in good facilities, have good equipment. We've been discussing the last few days with DPW and our surfboards are deteriorating in the places they're being stored, our sun tops are deteriorating in the sun, and we have no funds to replace them. We have to keep investing. That is where we are right now. It's not a criticism on anybody in the past. We're just saying we've gotten to that point now where we can't make a bigger or better plea than we've been making this last 4 or 5 years. So we ask for your consideration in increasing the budget, the next round of budgeting, increase it to the point where we're using all of our funds going back on the beaches, and we wouldn't mind if you added a little more. So thank you.
And we want to thank the 7 members of the committee who invest their time by volunteering to do research, attend meetings, and learn all we can about best practices in other communities along the coastlines. Would the other members of the committees please stand? Mark Twitchell, Heather Burke, Trish Herlihy, Nancy Quigg, and Lynn Shad. And Joe and I thank you for everything you do. You give us tons of hours of work and so to this community. Thank you.
I'm open for questions.
Yes.
Going back to the very beginning of the presentation and the food trucks, and you talked about the research that you've done on additional locations, do you think there is actually sufficient demand to have food trucks full-time at more beaches than we currently have food service at?
The vendors have indicated that they were very positively surprised at how they covered their costs. They had a constant demand for their service, and that the only limiting factor was either staff or availability of the supplies they had. They want to try to do it a little differently, but when we put a vendor now at Surf Drive or at Old Silver, they'll be able to utilize the electricity, the water, all of that at those buildings that are basically deteriorated. And they're looking very much forward to this kind of, they're making money, and they're providing foods that people like, and they will prosper.
I think that especially that some of the vendors, if we have it in an area where people can actually pull up and get food from them as well. So for example, at Bristol Beach, we have a great possibility for someone pulling up on the outside and actually grabbing a sandwich. Those are the kind of places that are going to just thrive. And we're finding that the longer we have stability and people being able to trust that food vendors will actually be there and be present, the more people are very glad not to have to pack food and bring it to the beach. A lot of people they used to get sort of scared about that because you'd get there and there wouldn't be someone open, they wouldn't be able to have food. So now that they're seeing there's always going to be food available, more people are using that service.
That 14,000 number you mentioned, what percentage were in person as opposed to online? Do you have those numbers?
Maggie? Huh?
It was a 60-40 split, 60%, 60-65% in person, 35 to 40% online. We've staffed accordingly and are making plans for 2026. Online sales will begin the first week of January.
If I can add to that, in those lines, when we would stand and talk to people as to why they weren't coming, or doing it online as opposed to coming to the office to do it, their indication was they'd like to have some frequency of time prior to the season, either at the senior center, town hall, wherever, because sometimes they can't manage the online registration, or they have a special kind of need because they're a third-party purchase of a permit where they have to show documents. They don't know how to scan those documents and send them into the office. And some people just don't trust that when they apply that they'll actually get it back. But as Maggie said, 60% are doing it. And, you know, I do it, and it's not that complex, but we're going to try to have some times during the spring where they can go someplace and we can have people from the beach department or even us from the
I definitely stand in line and talk to people on those days, and I can't even believe how many people still tell me they don't trust putting a credit card number on a computer. There's still definitely that, and there's still definitely the need to handhold to help someone through doing something on the computer. We're not beyond that generation. And the last thing I would say is, some people tell me straight out, it's just our tradition. And that is Falmouth. There's definitely a group of people that you go to the beach house and you get your sticker every year. End of story.
Mr. Brown?
And my question was going to be about the consistency of the trucks, because I think you're exactly right that people need to know that it's going to be there. Just like when you go to a restaurant and then suddenly you show up and it's closed, that's the death knell for a restaurant, because people aren't going to take a chance.
The Heights had the truck there permanently, and they kept resupplying it. That's another logistical thing that we have to figure out, because they need to resupply during
busy days.
But at Old Silver, they'll be right at the buildings. Even though we're not using the buildings, they'll be right there at the buildings every day. Under the RFP will require them to be there every day that they're doing business. And they're used to that kind of, so the mobility is not in coming and going. The mobility is to get the heck out of there if there's a storm coming and they can pull away and the investment is not lost.
I think if you had a coffee truck, for example, down with people knowing it would be there in East Falmouth at the Far East Beach, which is a 24/7 beach, if you had a coffee truck there, I think it would get a ton of business. So there's things like that that we can already see that it's a way of life now. Food trucks are a way of life. You've seen what have sprung up in the last 3 years in town in just these little tiny mobile units.
What are the impediments to early access and late access?
We have to work that out with staff of who would let somebody in so they can get through the gate, or if we would finally be able to give trustworthy people we're allowing to do this a key. It's a hurdle to be solved. We will solve it.
Thank you. Mr. Richardson, then Mr. Reed.
Thank you very much. I visited this summer the town of Atami, Japan, which is a beach town, 34,000 people year-round, 100,000 in the summer, about an hour from a major city. I'm basically Falmouth. And what was most stark difference to me, well, one, they did have food trucks, but two, the level that the town invested in the infrastructure of the actual restrooms and the faucets and all of that. And I think it really was, I went to there and I went to another town in Japan called Kamakura and the city of Busan in South Korea. And the amount that they invest in their public infrastructure is astonishing, and it was a world-class experience. And it really changed my perspective on how important it is to really put money into these things. And I commend your work, and I just want to applaud and certainly express my support for
We're doing baby steps, but we're really working on those baby steps getting a little bit bigger. And I think we're all starting to realize that we have more and more people that are appreciating if we can buy any time at all along our shoreline and make it still recreational as well as a protection for our land masses and our infrastructure. It's really important. So thank you for your time.
Two very quick questions.
Sure.
Is there a revenue share or base rent that the food trucks pay?
Oh, yes. They have to do an RFP. They have to bid on what they. Okay. So right now we're not doing a percentage. We're doing a set, whatever the set fee is that they offer.
And is that part of your revenue projection in the?
That's all. Remember that we don't get anything. We have to ask for everything. The town is getting everything right now.
And then the second question, you're asking us to reinvest using some of the revenues. Do you have an amount in your mind or a percentage?
Right here, all the extra that's on this sheet that's going back to the town, put toward the beaches.
You
Look
want
at Mike.
100%.
You're laughing, Mike.
Well,
I mean it.
I'm putting that round number at $500,000.
Yeah.
We need to do what was just suggested by Mr. Richardson, that We need to have some portable bathrooms.
That are decent.
That are decent, that are connected to the sewer and water lines, and we need to have replacements for the buildings that are dilapidated. If you go to I don't know if you've ever taken an outdoor shower at the Surf Drive or the
Old Silver.
You know, and if the cord doesn't break on the thing when you pull it, you get cold water, and that's the way it is. And that's not the way it is in the world today. So
We can do better than this.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
Thank you.
I know this is a conversation for another day, but before we go too far down the road to spend this money that we don't have, I want to point out two things. One, I was quickly able to identify about $250,000 in annual costs that are not included here. They just took the direct beach department budget, which does not include $240,000 in the DPW budget that is dedicated specifically for beaches, but also in general, all of the local receipts revenue, so all the beach revenue and all of the $40 million that you're about to see in the town manager's presentation is all part of our budget balancing estimate. So there's no like free money just sitting out there waiting to be spent. It's all part of our revenue estimates that are being used to balance our budget. Not to speak against investing in the beaches.
Thanks for
And that's the point, right? It's what we want to prioritize and what you see as important about those shorelines.
Okay.
And we keep stressing, don't look at them just as beach revenue for recreation. They are way more than that.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And very apropos, we're going to now receive and discuss an update on the Surf Drive Nourishment Feasibility Study. Mr. Renshaw, please.
I'm going to flip this over to Assistant Town Manager.
Okay, Mr. Johnson-Staub.
To do the introductions.
Yeah, just very briefly, I had the pleasure of working with Connor Offson of the Woods Hole Group, as well as Peter McConerty and Leslie Fields and others. And he has got a lot of terrific content to get through, so I'm not going to steal his thunder.
You have 25 minutes, but if you could do a little better, we'd be appreciative.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name's Connor Offston. I'm coming here again. We met, I think it was about June 1st, so 6 months ago. I'm providing you a brief update, but more of just bringing this back to you so that it can be part of the town discussion again. This is the Surf Drive Beach and Dune Nourishment Feasibility Study. Thank you to Peter, Mike, Peter O'Connerty, Beach Committee, and all for supporting this project over the past year. It closed out on June 30th, so since that time there has not been progress on this, but I'll provide this update to you now. So we're working on Surf Drive for about a 1.5 mile reach from Trunk River to Shore Street in front of the 3 ponds, Oyster Pond, Salt Pond, and then Fresh River. Looking at its vulnerability, this was part of the town's planning process for years. You're all well aware of the need here. The beach has been eroding and overwashing for several years. This is a video. I'm sorry, we're on PDF right now, so I can't show you this video. But January 13th, 2024 was a large storm event that overwashed. This is the inlet to Salt Pond right here and undermined much of the roadway, especially along this reach between Elm Road and Mill Road, which is incredibly vulnerable. It's the lowest lying reach. There is a lack of dune. The beach is at its most narrow. And there are impacts to the roadway, to the natural resources, to the public use, to the private property, and there's a risk to damage to public infrastructure as well. Now, that storm might have seemed like a large one, but it was actually only the equivalent of about a 5-year storm water level measured at the Woods Hole tide gauge. So that can be expected to occur at least every 5 years. And that storm has occurred with increasing frequency recently. So there was January 13th, 2024. There was, I think, December 23rd in 2023 as well. A few of these southwestern events have occurred over the past 5 years in increasing frequency and are overtopping Surf Drive regularly. But these small level storms, which are doing damage, are nothing compared to the large level storms which can occur and will likely occur in the future, such as Hurricane Bob, Hurricane Carol, 1994, 1944, and 1938, which, if occurred, would be devastating to the region. So this project looked at beach and dune restoration for the purposes of combating beach erosion, reducing wave overtopping, supporting native species, both plant and wildlife, such as least terns and piping plovers, and then minimizing storm damage to public infrastructure so that these resources can continue to be used by the public and the private. As we went through this study, we found that there were several constraints. We kind of went into it thinking beach and dune nourishment. We could do a large scale. Let's build our beaches maybe 100 feet wider, 200 feet wider. Sky's the limit if there's the money for it. But at the end of the day, we found that we are really constrained by topography and natural resources. From a topography standpoint, the roadway is incredibly low. There's about a 100-foot beach width in this area to the east of Elm Road between high tide and the roadway itself, so the dry beach area is very small. If there's any action taking place in that dry beach area, we only have about 100 feet to work with. And then the elevations also are very low, so if there's any sort of dune restoration to be built up, we're starting at about 4 or 5 feet NAVD on this graph here, and then trying to go up to combat waves and storm levels that can be 3, 4, 5 feet higher than that roadway itself. Other constraints that we ran into were the sensitive beach and dune habitat. So the least tern and the piping plover are present annually on the site. They've been shown to be nesting at Trunk River and other parts of the public beach as well to the east. And Natural Heritage, we consulted with them on this project, and they have fairly strict guidance for how to manage beaches and restore beaches when these birds are present. So they have strict slopes that you must design, grain sizes, sand, maybe consistency in colors, et cetera, that can play into how well these birds will thrive in the area. So we want to prepare a project, deliver a project that supports these at the end of the day, but in doing so, we don't want to harm their habitat. So Natural Heritage is advocating for 10-to-1 slopes. That means for every 10 steps you take out, you can go down. That's about the existing slope of the beach. So that's a pretty strict constraint on our end. If we're going to have to meet a 10-to-1 forest slope of a dune restoration project, we're limited to how much we can actually fit in that 100-foot upper beach window that I talked about. Another constraint is the sea beach knotweed and the salt pond pennywort, which were previously unknown to us on the site, but after consulting with Natural Heritage, they noted that this is present, and we don't have exact mappings of where that is. That wasn't part of this project, but they indicated that a project which takes place on this beach is likely going to be considered a take almost regardless, whether we actually fill on top of a species or not. So that wasn't a killer to the project, but it is another layer of complexity. And then the third constraint that I want to point out is the eelgrass, which is present offshore. This image here is maybe a little bit confusing, but all the different green layers are different interpretations of either what we saw on site by boat or what we saw on site by foot, and then overlaid on top of a 2019 Mass DEP eelgrass extent map. So there is a significant and healthy eelgrass bed offshore, and this is a very sensitive resource. It's an essential fish habitat. And the Department of Marine Fisheries is Division of Marine Fisheries is very protective of that resource. So they told us, essentially, you cannot nourish the beach within 50 feet of that eelgrass. And I showed you that, topographic profile where we have only about 100 feet of dry beach, and then pretty soon after that, we have eelgrass. So any project which occurs must occur above the high tide line, essentially, in order to meet their requirements.
Can I ask a question before you change slides?
Yes.
Sure. What's the difference with the dark green and the light green? It's all eelgrass bed, right?
Yeah, I wish I had made a different graphic, but they're all, the light green is what we observed by boat and by foot. The darker green is what was interpreted by kind of merging those two surveys together. And then the kind of patterned picture is the DEP map of eelgrass.
I see.
I would say take the vibrant green, the second layer there, as the exact extent of eelgrass.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, or estimated extent of eelgrass. So eelgrass is kind of constraining us from doing any sort of beach nourishment, which was really kind of tampered our expectations as to what we could get out of this project. But I do want to point out that through modeling, we also included eelgrass in our kind of wave and sediment transport models. And we found that because of the eelgrass beds, because of the health of them, that is actually contributing to some of the relative stability that we're seeing on Surf Drive here. All right, so given constraints, what are our opportunities for restoration? These are 4 alternatives, all considered feasible alternatives for restoration. So again, assuming beach nourishment is out the window, some sort of scale of dune restoration, which exceeds natural heritage's expectations, out the window. But what do we think we can do? 1, there's always no action, essentially maintaining the status quo, which is annual maintenance by DPW. 2, we could try to maximize our dune restoration along the entire 1.5-mile stretch. That's what alternative 2 is here, putting as much sand into the system as we can on the upper beach, and then planting that with beach grass to improve its stability. Number 3 is called targeted improvements. That's essentially looking at the beach, finding the areas that are most vulnerable, are lacking dunes of any kind right now, and just essentially patching holes. So taking this dune restoration concept and targeting the areas of greatest need. And then the last one, 4, which is split into 2, 4A and 4B, is part of a phased retreat approach, which means in the long term, a lot of the planning reports that Falmouth has led here are indicating that Surf Drive as an asset for the town is not going to survive sea level rise. Now, when that occurs, 10 years, 30 years, 50 years, we're not very sure, but there is likely going to be a need for phased retreat of this asset in general. So alternative 4 begins to walk down that path by removing the most seaward lane of Surf Drive and taking advantage of that new natural space to increase the dune restoration.
If I may, just for like number 2 and 3, I know you can't be certain, but what would be the lifespan, if you will, of those improvements? I mean, we saw in the paper what happened at Sandwich. They expected it to last, a number of years, and it lasted 1.5 years or whatever it was. I mean, do you have any estimates as to, how long those improvements will last before we have to do it again?
Yeah, great question. The answer is that on the scale of years, I mean, maybe 1 year, maybe 5, maybe 10. It depends on what storm we get, but we're probably in this range of 1 to 10 years. And I have a couple slides about, we did model that, and we can give you some more specific answers. Okay. So if we did nothing, and that 5-year storm that we pictured came through, now 5-year water level, also if we included a 5-year storm level wave event and wind events, and all things kind of converged at once, high tide as well at the same time as the peak of the storm, we could have erosion of the entire beachway and undermining of the roadway. That's what this figure is looking at. So just to orient you, we have this black line with the sand color underneath. That's today's beach profile. The roadway is there in gray.
If you want to use the cursor to point to the screen, you can do that.
Thanks. So this black line here is the existing profile. This gray here, that's the roadway's width. The tide is down here, mean sea level. And then that 5-year storm comes washing over, and our eroded profile, post-storm profile, is this red line. So this is showing essentially undermining of the roadway and loss of the beach if we do nothing. If there is a dune restoration project, this is essentially alternative 2 and alternative 3 in a specific location. We're looking here at about Elm Road, close to Elm Road. If we restore that beach, restore that dune, and we stay above the high tide line, we put as much sand as we can, but we try to appease natural heritage and their requirements. This dune can protect against a 5-year storm, but it will be washed away. So again, our existing condition or our proposed condition would be the black line, and then underlined with the sand color beneath that, and then the eroded profile post-storm is this red one. And essentially the difference that I want to point out is that the red line here is beneath the roadway showing undermining, whereas the red line here is scarping. There's erosion at the edge of the roadway, but the roadway itself is not undermined and it's protected. So public infrastructure is protected by this. Then lastly, I want to show what is essentially alternative 4. So if we retreated a lane, we have about 25 more feet to work with. We can build an even larger dune. This just means more sand, more beach grass plantings. What is the result here against the same storm? Well, the dune will still potentially wash away in a 5-year storm, but our beach is no longer scarping at the base of the roadway. The beach is relatively preserved. In either case, in all cases though, reconstruction would be necessary within essentially 5 years, best estimate. Again, I don't have the image or the video here, but I did want to emphasize that we also modeled a 20-year storm. 20-year storm could be anticipated to occur every 20 years, and a 20-year storm against our largest restoration project, Alternative 4, still washes it away. So just to kind of emphasize the point that given our limitations, we can't do beach nourishment, we can't do hard infrastructure, which I haven't even touched, in this conversation, but we have talked about previously. We are unlikely to be able to protect ourselves against a 20-year storm. So that means in 20 years, there is likely to be significant undermining of surf drive and the infrastructure associated with it. So the only change that we now are coming to you with some preliminary estimated construction costs. Again, these are conceptual. We have conceptual level designs. This is not on engineering plan sheets. So we're putting this out there for consideration just to begin planning level of capital funds or grant pursuits. Alternative 2 is estimated at about a $3 million construction cost. Alternative 3, targeted improvements, is estimated about $1.5 million construction cost. And then partial retreat of the roadway and the larger scale dune restoration project is estimated at about $6 million. There are a lot of assumptions baked in here. We can talk about them. Most importantly, though, the last alternative, which is partial retreat, does not include the cost to reconsider the utilities that are buried underneath the roadway. And there are wastewater lines, water lines, and even electric and gas in certain areas. So taking all of these factors into consideration, we kind of compared them against each other to assess feasibility. And feasibility being, at the end of the day, we want to build something. We need to do something. So what is the most feasible? What can we push forward today and make happen? We scored these against all of these different criteria. Its value for resilience and protection and habitat and public benefit. Is it permittable? Does it cost too much? How long will it last? Is there funding that can support something like this? And as we compare those, what rose to the top was targeted improvements as the most feasible. This is, I think, primarily because of the fact that permitting of targeted improvements is going to be relatively straightforward, staying above the high tide line. We're looking at only likely a local permit with state consultation with Natural Heritage and Division of Marine Fisheries. And also Alternative 3 is targeting areas of greatest need, and therefore it's not involving property owners on the cottage's reach, which is currently the widest and most resilient part of the beach itself. Yes, Heather?
Alternative 2, I'm trying to understand how removing a lane of the road and building a larger dune is actually more feasible than maximizing the dune without touching the road.
Yeah, great question. And that's because we gave value to the storm protection benefit of this. So because Alternative 4, which retreats the roadway and builds a bigger dune, provides a greater long-term benefit, it can stand up to greater storms, we found that it's more feasible in the long run. And maybe a better way to compare that is against the no action. No action is clearly very feasible. We don't do anything. That was easy. But at the end of the day, no action is going to cost us more. If there is significant damage to Surf Drive, there's about $25.5 million of assets there that could be damaged by a 20-year storm. So if we take no action, it may be easy now, today, but in the long term, our lives are going to be much harder. So Alternative 4A kind of rises there as number 2 because it's harder right now, but it serves us better in the future.
But if I'm remembering correctly, Alternative 3 with targeted improvements Or maybe we didn't actually, did we see that scenario with a 5-year storm?
Great question.
And
Yes,
what
so
happens to the road?
That is the same, this middle one here. This is essentially taking dune restoration, and alternative 2 and alternative 3 are the same design, except alternative 3 is just targeting areas of need.
Okay.
I'll show you a map.
Thank you. Thank you. No, that's
That's why there was no graph for number 3, if you will, no.
2 and 3 were essentially modeled as the same alternative.
Depending upon where it went.
Depending
where
on
you
where
do
we
it.
are.
Right.
Yeah.
So what the images I showed you were for a modeling transect just here, east of Elm Road.
Right.
Where whether you're alternative 2 or alternative 3 was the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is what alternative 3 would look like in plan view, just obviously conceptual here, just drawn on a map here, but there are areas along Trunk River where the revetment tapers out, and there's this gap between 2 revetments that's incredibly vulnerable, and there's the wastewater line from Woods Hole that runs under the bike path. Then there are areas along Elm Road, which are, again, lacking dunes. The cottages, like I said, are in a relatively stable position. Not very much historic erosion there, and some existing dunes. Go ahead.
Oh, no.
I thought you were raising your hands. And then again, there are two more spots of kind of lacking dunes. And then lastly, this is the profile, but I think we can save some time and move past that to just emphasize the next steps. So the town needs to select a preferred alternative. We closed out this report with, a feasibility study. These alternatives are all on the table. There's one that we think might be the most feasible, but right now to go forward with engineering and permitting, we'll need to have a clear directive. And then there are grant applications which are coming online very soon, January 2026. Massachusetts has kind of combined its CZM, its MVP grants, its DER grants, all into one period, opening in this January. So this is the time to submit any need. And I know Josh is going to have a comment here soon, but if this were going to be looking for grant funding, whether that's engineering or engineering plus construction, that's the time. Lastly, I want to emphasize this can protect against a 5-year storm, hypothetically based on our modeling, but a 20-year storm, regardless of project, can still cause up to $25 million of damages along Surf Drive. So if there is undermining of the roadway of this significant infrastructure, there could be some serious consequences here. So in the long term, phased retreat of this asset is likely necessary.
Yes, Mr. Brown?
I think the option 3 with the targeted approach is the way to go. And I don't know even if we would go the whole limit of the scope of what we would permit. What I would suggest is that we use number 3 as a permitting plan, and then we'll see how we can afford the budget, and then just get trucks from Lawrence Lynch to bring the sand down there and spread it out. If we get a recurring permit, and the lady from CZM was here, and she said we could get an annual permit, maybe we don't even do the full boat each year. We do what we can afford, hit the worst areas, and just do it as an annual maintenance thing until we've got that sewer line relocated.
Mr. Chair?
Have you identified where that first, if we went with targeted improvement, what portion it would be? Has that been identified yet?
I don't think if we said it explicitly in the report, if I had to guess, I would recommend the Trunk River area where you have the wastewater line underneath the Shining Sea Bikeway, just because if there is significant damage to that, that's just
okay.
So.
Could you just put up the slides with the options, just so we have it up?
Yeah.
Mr. Renshaw?
No, that's all. You go ahead.
So I want to thank Connor for tremendous work that he's done over the past 6 months. He's been working on this project for a long time, and the Woods Hole group has been tremendous. I wanted to allow some time for Josh, our coastal resiliency specialist, because I think it's going to address some of Select Board Member Brown's questions or comments. Did you have anything else, Connor, as part of the presentation?
Just pulling up that for
Thank you.
questions.
All right, thank you, Connor.
Yeah. There's also a very accessible online story map. So if you all want to look through kind of the key takeaways from the report, you can scan this QR to the public as well, so you can see that.
All right.
So much.
That's on the website all the time, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Josh can point us that.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, Josh?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks to the Woods Hole Group as well, to Connor and the coastal scientists there for providing such a thorough report. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to provide a recommendation.
Don't forget to tell us who you are.
Oh, I'm
Did you
sorry.
say-
My name is Josh Wrigley, Coastal
Thank you.
Resilience Specialist. What I'm going to provide for you here is in agreement with what Connor has just said as well, and covers some of the same ground, but I'll keep it short. After reviewing the findings contained in the Woods Hole Group's report, the Coastal Resilience Office within the Department of Public Works recommends that the town pursue a policy of targeted nourishment for Surf Drive on select public and private properties. Surf Drive is a high-value asset for the town of Falmouth, whose importance is both economic and cultural. It also serves as one of 3 main roads connecting the villages of Falmouth and Woods Hole. In addition, there are utilities that lie beneath portions of the road, including a force main, water main, electrical lines, and gas. Lastly, it is also an important town beach that each season draws large numbers of resident visitors and tourists. Having acknowledged the value of the Surf Drive area, a policy of targeted nourishment would help to preserve and protect those attributes. Nourishment efforts would strengthen low-elevation coastal dunes, especially between Oyster Pond Road and the Salt Pond Channel, a section susceptible to damage from wave action and storm surge effects. Nourishment here with dune-compatible sand would create a higher dune crest elevation, thereby decreasing the likelihood of an overwash event. Dune-compatible sand would be placed, graded, and stabilized with native dune vegetation. Nourishment would not extend seaward beyond mean high water or the high tide line, thus keeping the project outside of U.S. Army Corps and Chapter 91 jurisdiction. In that regard, the permitting pathway for targeted nourishment would be simplified as opposed to the permitting necessary for other alternatives. Feasibility study had listed the potential cost for such work at $1,472,000, although the number could fluctuate based on the cost of sand and the final square footage of areas to be nourished. Congruent with these nourishment efforts, Coastal Resilience will work with the water and wastewater divisions to advance planning efforts that address the utilities beneath Surf Drive, including the existing water main and force main. Such planning is vital to the decision-making process because the utilities must undergo resilience adaptations or relocation prior to any further action regarding the fate of the roadway itself. There is no solution or preventative measure that will guarantee Surf Drive's continued existence free of damage. However, targeted nourishment will minimize damage from minor storms and allow more time for planning efforts that address the needs of the utilities. If in the future the town is compelled by extreme circumstances to consider abandonment of the roadway, then the necessary steps will have been taken to allow that. And on the note of grants, since that had been mentioned, I have submitted expressions of interest on EGO One Stop for Surf Drive nourishment, as well as for a feasibility study for the water main, and a coastal resilience plan that would be a town-wide planning effort. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Okay, next steps for us, Mr. Renshaw?
Really, this was, for discussion purposes, as Josh mentioned. Peter, do you have another comment?
Just want to put some timelines onto this. Peter McConaty, Director of Public Works. So this has been going, this is not something that started in 2023 or 22 or 24. And in 2000, this is also brought forward by a group that was put together, Coastal Resiliency Group, that wanted to retreat from Surf Drive. So this is an ongoing thing that's been going on for decades. There has been, some work that could have been done, since the 80s out there that hasn't been done. But realistically, for a timeline, if we were going to go for some work, what we're looking to do is stabilize that road so we can look for grants and look for design to relocate the utilities. To relocate those utilities, it's a multi-year project. You might be talking 7 years to 8 years to relocate by the time you get the design done, the permitting done, and to set up for the project to go out to bid and the funding for the Trunk River area for the wastewater, and for the water line that goes under Surf Drive. So the goal for Public Works, the goal would be to stabilize that road and hold that road while we're in conjunction with looking to do the design and moving the design. Once we can relocate that road and move the design, that's going to be the biggest barrier. Then we can start looking at relocating, or maybe the possibility of banning Surf Drive. Back in the 1980s, they relocated Minot Road over in East Falmouth. After the road was relocated, everyone walked away. In 2010, the asbestos concrete pipe water line that was 5 feet below the ground started showing up and was rolling around out in the water and was breaking up on the rocks. Became a big problem for Public Works, for Conservation Commission, and Mass DEP. They don't truly like asbestos pipe breaking up, becoming fragile and breaking up in the water. So we had to contain it, put down dumpsters. Public Works had to go and fish the pipe out of the water to be able to do that. We need to be able to make sure that if we're going to do something with Surf Drive, that we take care of those utilities before we start talking about abandonment of the roadway. So those utilities would be the number one.
Yeah,
The wastewater does not go down Surf Drive from Mill Road to Oyster Pond Road. It goes up the bike path, but the water lines do go down Surf Drive. So that would be something we really need to consider. But to relocate those utilities, it's a multi-year plan. You could be talking 7 to 10 years to get that.
Cost estimate, Mr. McConerty?
We did a feasibility for the water main to be able to relocate that from, to have it stop at Mill Road and have it connect in at Oyster Pond. And between water and wastewater, you're talking, it's millions of dollars to be able to relocate that and to armor the area around that. In Trunk River, since I started with the town in 2007, from that Trunk River area, that Barrier Beach area, from Surf Drive down to going down towards where it becomes wooded on the other, maybe a quarter of a mile, we rebuilt that 4 times, 5 times, and sometimes it lasted a year, sometimes it lasted 5 years. But for the most part, it was about 4 or 5 times, and it's one of those things. It's not a one and done. You're going to have to keep on revisiting it. So it's going to have to be some type of like blanket permit or an annual permit where we can continue to work on. You don't have to keep on coming back. So that's our experience with it. But the utilities are going to be the key on that, relocating those before you start talking about abandonment.
Yeah, Mr. Richardson.
Just a quick one, because I see it and I forget the answer on it. On related to Surf Drive, but not this. Is the crosswalk that was where Surf Drive is that going back in by Walker Street?
Yes,
it is. That's right.
That was part of the previous project. It will be in by the 2026 season.
Okay, thank you. People wrote me on that. I appreciate it.
Yes, Dr. Goldstone.
I appreciate the dose of reality, and I think what it drives home for me is the urgency of getting started and the fact that we cannot do nothing, because what we are sitting here with right now is a 20% risk at any given moment, any day, of a tens of millions of dollars liability, right? If we get hit with a 5-year storm tomorrow, which all a 5-year storm means is that there's a 20% chance of it happening anytime, then we lose that infrastructure. We have the potential of exposed pipes, broken pipes. We have loss of service. We have all of those things. And it's going to take us multiple years, whichever eventuality we decide to permit, to actually get that permitted and built. And in the meantime, we're sitting here with this liability. And Mr. McConerty, to your point, whatever option we choose in terms of nourishment and trying to stabilize the road, it is buying us time to do the permitting and the work to move things, not the long-term solution. And it's going to take us a while. We can't just walk away from things and leave a big mess, which is all saying we need to get started sooner rather than later. I appreciate the recommendations and the very pragmatic look at what's possible and how long that buys us. But I think, as we've seen with Sandwich, we also have to be realistic that we could put $1.5 or $2 million worth of restoration in there and lose it next year. And that's not because it's a bad project or the wrong choice. It's just Mother Nature. And you can roll the dice and end up with 2 5-year storms in 2 years. And anything bigger than that is what really scares me, because we're talking about the potential to buy ourselves some time in the face of 5-year storms. But it's been a while since we had a 10 or a 20-year storm. So we're not looking at good odds, which I guess is all of the really bad news said out loud. But I think we've got options here, which is really good, and I really appreciate all of the effort going into finding those grants, and I do think we're in a moment of opportunity with what's available at the state level with the MVP 2.0 grant proposal that we just greenlit earlier this meeting, and all of those others to really move this forward as quickly as possible.
So do we need to decide on option number 3 at
No,
this
we're not asking
point,
for
or?
any action tonight, but to the Vice Chair's point, I just want to make this comment. We haven't heard all the bad news. Because of the 800.
There's more there.
There's more. So I agree 110%. Planning is the important step, identifying grants. So of the $820 million in the 10-year CIP, very little is invested now or programmed now into this issue. There is some planning monies and some infrastructure, but not a whole lot. So that's the additional bad news, is that we're getting behind a curve and we need to kind of expedite. But what I see is, and I'm still relatively new here, obviously, kind of a lack of, there's been a lot of plans, but there's not been a coordinated kind of look at this and then programming out, where are the most vulnerable areas, what needs to be permitted in terms of utility movement. So I think that's the next step, I think, is making sure that we have a coordinated, comprehensive plan to look at coastal resiliency and what we need to do to protect our assets, the beach and the infrastructure.
So one of the early slides said that we needed to decide by January. I mean, is that something we need to do, or do you need direction from us?
So there's the grant applications.
The
Josh
grant
or Connor,
application.
I'm not sure which of you could speak to that quickly, but the January deadline, their timeline as far as grant application, is that for the?
Yes, the MVP.
Could you come to the podium? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Josh.
Can we
It was in a previous slide that talked
Can we
about
come to a consensus tonight and give them direction?
Well, that's kind of what I thought we wanted to do. That's, but
In
please,
answer to
Josh.
the question, the MVP 2.0 deadline is December 15th, coming up 15 days from now.
Let's just move this forward.
As far as for the others will be out soon.
If I may, but the MVP, that grant that was approved, the grant submission was approved tonight. We don't need a refined decision on exactly what nourishment we're going to proceed with to proceed with the MVP grant, I believe. Then there's, go ahead.
It's the MVP 2.0 is a different process. So the town had gone through the MVP certification in 2018, which made it eligible to receive funding for action grants. But EEA has rolled out a new iteration of it called MVP 2.0, which is augmenting its previous coastal resilience emphasis with more social resilience. So it's more of a look at communities and how social responses to coastal change, are going to be, informed in various ways. So it's a different type of process. But part of the reason why it's important is that in order to be considered for future action grants, towns will need to be MVP 2.0 certified. And because we were certified early on, this year it's Falmouth's turn. So it's actually a mandatory process for if you want future consideration.
But we already checked that box earlier in the agenda, right?
Yes, yep. Right.
Correct. So I guess the question that we're being asked, and maybe you can help us with it, Josh, is there was a reference by Connor to it, needing to decide in a January timeframe which approach we're taking. And I think that was in reference not to the MVP grant, but for some of the other CZM and other state grants.
For coastal resilience grants and MVP as well. We have the ability to go for an action grant simultaneously.
Okay, and you did submit, in addition to, you referenced it earlier, but maybe a little elaboration would be helpful. You also submitted 4 letters of interest for 4 potential grants.
That's correct.
Outside of MVP, other state grants. Maybe you could just remind us what those letters of intent were and how that relates to a decision as to whether we're pursuing targeted improvements or another forum for a surf drive.
Right, those were expressions of interest for the state's new Eco One-Stop portal, which is linked to the state's grants management system. So the Eco One-Stop was set up as a way for state agencies that are doling out money to be able to provide early feedback to municipalities that are applying. So I had submitted expressions of interest for a townwide coastal resilience plan surf drive nourishment, a study for drainage around Millfield and Woods Hole, and the other one was for the feasibility study for the water main under Surf Drive. So I'm just waiting to hear back from the state now about those.
Mr. Richardson?
Is there any downside to, I understand your point, Mr. Town Manager, on you feel there's been a lot of studies and a lot of work done on it, but a comprehensive coastal, looking forward. Is there any reason not to tonight give a vote in favor of option 3? I feel like, this has been years-long work that's had comprehensive public comment, actually, and really good public outreach over the last couple of years with the number of sessions at the Herman Room. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I think authorizing a targeted nourishment approach tonight would be a significant step forward. I'm at least prepared to do so. I don't know how other members feel.
I agree. Why wait?
I also agree. I think that option is pretty clearly, we've got two very strong, very informed recommendations in that regard. And if we, unless there's a reason to delay on that decision, I think that gives staff the direction to be able to pursue as many grants as possible.
Thank you, Vice Chair. There is not a reason not to make a decision tonight, if I understood Town Council correctly. Maura, you want to?
Can we vote on it?
I only comment on the open meeting law implications of the agenda. Yep. So in any agenda for a discussion item, a vote is implied if it's not included in the actual wording of the agenda. But I don't have any comment about the substance of this particular agenda item.
So I would make a motion then to authorize the town, and first I just want to say thank you all so much for the work you've done. One thing I've realized in my short time on the board is the more you know, you realize how dumb you are and how many smart people, how many smart, talented experts, we have in this town, and it's such a privilege to be able to learn from you all in your short time here too, Josh. Now, that being said, I would make a motion to authorize the town manager, the coastal resiliency coordinator, who we can edit this as it needs to go, to pursue targeted nourishment in respects to the Surf Drive project.
I would second that.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Second that with another comment that, not only smart folks here, but, the Coastal Resiliency Action Committee set the stage for hiring Josh. Beach Committee followed up with, let's get this going. So, it's a team effort.
Absolutely.
But let's get going.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Hey.
Action.
Okay, very good. Thank you all. We'll move on to discuss and consider a vote to approve request for proposals for audit services. Mr. Renshaw, please. Or Mr. Johnson-Staub.
It's actually going to be our finance director as soon as the
or our finance
audience passes by.
Director.
Finance director has put this RFP together. I'm going to ask Laura Citron to kind of review with you the elements and the importance of it.
Hi, Laura Citron, Director of Finance. So we don't generally bring RFPs before the Select Board, but in the case of audit services, we have in the Town of Falmouth Code, Section 13.1, it says that the audit is, the Select Board shall appoint the auditors. So the responsibility is given directly to the Select Board. Now, we're not suggesting that you try to put an RFP together or even necessarily review all of the RFPs unless you choose to. But we are recommending, we put the RFP together. I will say that in terms of scope of services, that's pretty tightly scripted by government auditing standards. So there's not a lot of anything we can change in that. The contract and the RFP were reviewed by Town Council, and we're just recommending that we have not gone out for for audit services with an RFP in at least 10 years that looking back, that we've been able to find. It is an area, audit services are exempt from mandatory procurement under 30B. So we have not had to, but recommended practices say that really every 3 years you should be going out with an RFP for audit services. And we provided the RFP, and that's the extent of, I'll take any questions.
No, I don't think there's a downside here. Someone want to make a motion?
I will make a motion with one very minor edit. The second paragraph of Article 1, thought I was having a 6-7 moment. It says for the last 9, and then in parentheses, 10 years.
Just use 6-7.
I just said 6-7 at a select board meeting, but it's 9-10. So if we could make those, the word and the number match in that second paragraph. With that amendment, I would move approval of the RFP for audit services and authorize staff to issue the RFP, and that the select board further authorize a staff team of 3 people to review the responses to the RFP and make a recommendation of award of contract to the town manager and the select board.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
It is kind of odd that the select board would hire the auditor, isn't it?
I think the reason for that is because the auditor is examining the work of the town manager and all of their staff, so you want that independence, that separation.
Not because we have a friend that might want to hire to do it.
Okay, we'll move on to consider vote to execute a lease and management agreement for the golf facilities at the Falmouth Country Club located at 630 Carriage Shop Road to Soundview Golf LLC. And Mr. Johnson-Staub, are you going to help us through?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So again, I'm just going to reiterate this agenda item. We're seeking a vote from the select board to award a lease and management agreement to the firm that's been selected by the town manager. So we have a sort of interesting intersection of areas of responsibility under the charter here. So it falls under the town manager to select from among the proposals, the competitive proposals received from the firms interested in leasing and managing the golf course, but then the lease awarded to that firm selected by the town manager is the domain of the select board. So with that sort of separation understood, I'll just take a step back, because the interesting part here, I think, is the really good news on the town manager's role, which is to say we got 3 proposals from highly qualified firms. They all submitted price proposals that more than met our financial requirements in terms of paying off our debt obligation in the next 10 years. So the town manager appointed a review committee to look at the RFPs, the non-price proposals, and then the price proposals. We interviewed the 3 firms. I'll just briefly mention for the public, the members of that RFP review committee were 2 members of the Golf Advisory Committee, Kerry Murphy and Brian Arthur, who is himself a golf professional, industry professional. We had a member, Glenn Kelly, who is a retired golf professional who lives in the town of Falmouth, and then myself and Finance Director Laura Citron were part of that review process. And of the 3 firms, we had Troon, Kemper, and Morningstar Golf and Hospitality. Troon and Kemper are sort of the 2 big dogs in the, at least in the eastern half of the country in terms of golf management firms, highly qualified. Morningstar Golf was the firm that was recommended, and they were recommended in part because they are smaller. The principal has that very impressive industry experience internationally, high-end golf courses, small golf courses, 2 Nantucket golf courses, but he has a much smaller portfolio. So we saw a lot of benefit in the attention that being one of the 6 golf courses that this individual, Matt Galvin, is overseeing, one of them is going to be ours. We had, again, 3 great choices, really pleased to be in this position to sort of have a difficult decision to make. I'll highlight a couple of points. We did ask for the new operator to give consideration to retaining existing employees, and Matt Galvin has indicated he is intending to retain the current golf superintendent and golf professional, as well as, most of the staff, looking to retain most of the seasonal staff as well. The Morningstar proposal does include a 20% resident discount, which exceeded the 10% requirement of the RFP, so we were pleased about that. And what else did I want to touch on? So the Morningstar has a lot of experience with Massachusetts procurement from their 2 Nantucket courses. So they have intimate, direct knowledge of how that works, which is going to be a really nice advantage for us in terms of reducing the burden on town staff to do all of the procurement vetting for any capital projects that are undertaken at the course, whether it's with the operator's money or the town's money. So that was another long-term advantage that we saw to Morningstar Golf and Hospitality. So with that sort of overview, the form of the lease, we'll get to the action item, the executing the lease. The form of the lease was actually in the request for proposals document that the Select Board looked at twice in July and voted to authorize. We did go through it with Morningstar Golf. They didn't have any substantive changes to request or to negotiate. We, of course, incorporated their price proposal and non-price proposal, so that's part of the lease agreement by reference. In the original packet, there were some missed references and a couple of Scribner's errors that we caught. That's in they're updated in your, the hard copy in front of you highlights what those changes are, and the signature copy does incorporate those changes. Dr. Goldstone did point out one other sort of missing phrase that we will clean up in Article 17, which is a very short paragraph. It's you can see in the one long sentence that there are some words missing, and those words missing are conservation restriction. So we will clean that up in the final document as well. With that, I'll take any questions you might have.
And the only minor changes are in the red line.
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, this is a good result, much better than last year at this time, and we appreciate all the efforts you and the team put forth to get us to this point. I think it's a good deal for the town. Looks like this operator fits well within what this town wants, and I think it's a good thing for us. I'm prepared. I think. Take a motion to go forward?
Yeah, and I appreciate the 20% reduction. As I've said from the start, my number one concern has been residents' rates, and I hope that we commit to keeping the rates for residents the way they are and don't raise them. Yeah, I'll make the motion, sure. Motion as presented. Can I see that? I don't have it in front of me. Hold on. Thanks, Colin. I move that the Select Board execute a lease and management agreement for the golf facilities at the Falmouth Country Club located at 630 Carrot Shop Road to, is that the right one? No. Soundview Golf LLC, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Is the name of the company different than the?
Sorry, I meant to mention that in my introduction. So Morningstar Golf and Hospitality did note in their proposal that they would be forming an LLC for the purpose of this lease, and that is what this is. It has been reviewed by Town Council for consistency with the procurement process.
Then I'm to Soundview Golf LLC.
Okay, we have a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks for getting us through that, and thanks to Troon for sticking with us for the extra year. Sorry they didn't win, but.
Okay, we'll move to the East Falmouth Library Design Update. We have the, Mr. Stokes.
Is there a way to full screen this, or? Sorry. Not sure what I'm looking at. Top right?
Oh, far right.
Over next
Yep.
to the settings wheel there. There you go.
There we go. Cool. Good evening. I'm Brian Stokes, Library Director of Falmouth Public Library. I'm not going to spend too much time talking to you tonight, and actually going to turn it over to Conrad Ello, principal from Odenzalo Architecture, that has been providing design services on the East Falmouth Library Planning and Design grant project that we've been working on for the better part of this year. Just to really quickly catch you up to speed, we received a grant from the state for planning and design of the new East Falmouth Library in January. In March, you convened the East Falmouth Library Building Advisory Committee. 5 of 6 members are here with us tonight. Camille Romano, Jane Simpson, Andy Zimmerman, Judy Fenwick, and Chris Simler, the chair back there. We've been working since July, every other week, meeting to refine the design of this library that you're going to see tonight. This design that you'll see tonight is what they call MPLCP level of design. It's the level of design that we're required to submit to the state at this point to get approval and qualify for construction grant funding down the road. That's about 20% of construction design. So what you're seeing tonight is still very early on in the process, even though it's going to look really cool. We are still in the early innings of this game, so there's a long way to go. But there's been a lot of work put into this. I've been working on this for over 2 years. We've had multiple community engagement sessions that have informed this design, and so I'm really happy with it. I can say personally that when I spent a lot of time on this over the last couple of years, I never really thought that it would come out this good, and I'm so pleased to be able to share it with you this evening. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Conrad, who's going to take it from here.
Great. Thanks, Brian. My name is Conrad Ello, and I'm with Odenzalo Architecture. We're a Boston-based firm founded in 2007. Since 2009, we've been involved in over 15 public library projects with the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners, who are funding this East Falmouth Library grant. We've also been involved in 25 libraries throughout the Northeast since 2009, so we've got a fair amount of experience with libraries. It's been a real pleasure to collaborate with the East Falmouth Library Building Advisory Committee, most of whom are here. Brian introduced them, and we're, as Brian said, we're sort of in that planning and design phase of work with deliverables due to the state by the end of this month. So we're pretty far along as it stands now, and as Brian said, there's been a lot of community outreach and a lot of collaboration. So this is the result of a lot of work that predates our involvement. We got involved in July, and it's been pretty full on since our involvement at that point. So I'm going to run you through sort of how the process has worked. We really started with site assessment and design of the existing library site, and I'll just point out while I'm talking about site assessment, as you likely know, this is a building that wasn't purpose-built as a library. The existing East Falmouth Library was originally designed as a residence, I think back in the 50s. It's been a library for 50 years. It is not accessible. It's got a lot of deficiencies. It uses fossil fuels. It actually uses oil to create the heat for the building. It's a building that's truly past its service life, and again, it was not purpose-built as a library, so it's missing some key functions, and certainly missing functions that are important in a 21st century library. So that, the need for the library is apparent, but the question was the first question for us when we got started in July was whether or not this site could handle a library that was bigger. Brian worked for a couple of years, again, before our involvement on a library program. The program suggests a new library of about 8,500 square feet. This is a library that has a footprint of about 3,600 square feet. It has a full basement, so you could arguably say this is a 7,000 square foot existing library, but really half of that square footage is usable to the public. It's that upper floor. So going to 8,500 square feet, most of that which is public program, is a big step up, and it likely suggests a footprint that's twice the size of what you have on the site now. So we needed to do quite a bit of work to assess whether or not this site could handle that, because as you likely know, if you know this property at all, between Mill Pond and the Smitty's ice cream shop, it's right along a steep hillside that goes down to Mill Pond. That really is a coastal bank, and it's an important resource area, natural resource area. So there's not a lot of ability to expand into that resource area or onto the slope. And then, of course, you have the entry drive and required parking that's needed as well. So there's a tight kind of window as to whether or not it's a viable site. We did have an alternate site along Davisville Road that was sort of a hip pocket if, in fact, we found that this site wasn't viable. But we did do some outreach and collaboration with the Conservation Commission and with DPW. DPW produced a site survey for the property, and the Conservation Commission, thanks in large part to Jennifer Lincoln's informal feedback to the committee and to the design team, helped us determine that we really couldn't build to the west of what is the coastal bank, which is, let me see if it's this curved line here. That's the top of the coastal bank, and that's a requirement to not build to the west of that. You can see that the existing library actually encroaches on that coastal bank now, so keeping a new building to the east of that or to the right of that line was important, but of course we had to still bring in an entry drive and parking. So the question is, could we make that work? This is sort of the allowable buildable area, but of course, again, you've got parking and drive lane requirements. So can you fit the building? And the short answer is yes. It's kind of a zone, a kind of narrow zone that's a swath between that coastal bank and hillside and that entry drive that did allow us to create a building footprint of significant size relative to what's there now, but it also accommodated the building program that Brian and his team worked very hard to create. This is sort of a preliminary site plan. It's not the final site plan, but essentially there's an entry drive. There's a slight expansion of parking on the site from 16 parking stalls to 19. And then the whole coastal bank, which right now is just a mown lawn, would become a kind of remediation area. We would want to grow that back in with woody vegetation that would support the health of Mill Pond. And in effect, this project can become a sort of model of sustainability. There are other attributes, technological attributes with this building that support that as well. But in terms of the landscape and site strategy, we feel like we can create a very good neighbor against the pond and sort of a model for future development around the pond and around resources like this. So along with the site design, while we were looking at that and determining whether we could insert a viable building footprint on the site, we were also digesting Brian's building program, which was produced before we got involved, and quantifying that and kind of checking it and right-sizing it. This is also all in collaboration with the state. We had periodic meetings with the MBLC's representatives. So this is a collaboration that they're supportive of and they're behind, and they're, by the way, excited about this current design. We did come to a conclusion that we need about 8,500 square feet for this building. As I mentioned, most of that is a public program, including some new elements that the existing library doesn't have. This is a layout of the library. It's rotated, so Mill Pond is to the top of the image, and the entry drive and Smitty's is to the bottom of the image. This really was trying to do a number of things. One, be a very open, increase visibility from the circ desk to create a safe environment for the patrons, both the adult spaces and the children's spaces, adding restrooms, all of which are handicap accessible. There are no level changes within the building, which creates accessibility issues like the current branch. And one of the components, which is completely new, is this multi-purpose room. It accommodates up to 50 people, and with a kind of after-hours closure, which is highlighted here in the dark blue. This multi-purpose room can be used for any number of town functions after hours when the library is closed. So you've got access to the accessible restrooms. There's a kind of catering kitchen, so this could sponsor events or host events. any number of town functions could happen. So it has an added benefit for the town in addition to just being a good library for East Falmouth. There's a small basement that accommodates the mechanical spaces and some storage for much needed storage, but unlike the existing library, which is half basement, which is inaccessible to public, this is a very small basement. So as I mentioned, 7,500 square feet of that 8,500 square foot library is accessible to the public and sponsors or supports public programs. Given this great site next to Mill Pond and the great views you have overlooking the pond, the idea was to kind of create a library that gestures to the pond as you come in from parking. There's a welcoming entry porch, but then when you walk in, the spaces are open and the ceiling gestures to the west and opens towards the views of Mill Pond. So and that's a pleasant aspect of the existing library now, but the windows will be even bigger, and these kind of expansive views overlooking that great natural resource will be very much a part of this existing library. So you get these kind of open views. This is actually looking back towards the entry porch and towards the circulation desk. This is a view of the adult area. There's some private quiet study rooms. That's another programmatic component that's not in the existing library now. So there's great spaces for tutors and quiet study that are outside the fray of the library. There's a dedicated children's room that's significantly bigger than what's there now, and it's secure as its own space. There's even a back porch that can allow folks to come in with strollers for special children's programs, so you're not having to run a children's group all the way through the library to get to this space. There's an outdoor screened reading porch that allows folks to take books outside in nice weather, overlooking Mill Pond. This is kind of a view from that screened porch. This can be used. It's kind of located directly between the adult and children's spaces, so you've got a shared use there where small children's groups can go out in nice weather, or adults can use it at different times of day. And then, of course, there's this multi-purpose room that could be used for meetings, for yoga classes, for all kinds of things that, both for library programming and for town programming. And then these are some conceptual renderings. As Brian said, it looks more developed than it is, but we're in this very early conceptual planning stage. After the MBLC reviews the project at the end of, or early next year, it's likely that funding would become available in fiscal year 29, which is mid-2028. So there's a few years before this would go into schematic design, and so there's a whole design process ahead at that point that community input from the select board. There's plenty of time to modify and improve upon the design. So this is, even though it looks finished, it's still got a long way to go, but it's promising in that although it's twice as big, the scale of this building is appropriate and scaled to the adjacent neighborhood. It's clad in, this is what we would hope to be a mass timber building, so the structural system is made of wood. The cladding would be, weathered cedar shingles, so it has a kind of cape feel to it. But having the wood kind of environment, indoor environment, creates this kind of feeling that you're bringing the natural environment around Mill Pond into the building, and we feel will be an exciting and welcoming place for people to come back and enjoy many times over. This is an evening view of that same view. This is looking from the Smitty's kind of front area towards the new library. And then the back view, this is that steep hillside. The top of the coastal bank is more or less where the back side of the building, the existing building, is now. And then the view with that more overgrown natural meadow environment to kind of, not have this be a fertilized, mown lawn adjacent to Mill Pond, but a natural environment that one can overlook as they're inside the library. Evening view, and I believe that's sort of it for the conceptual piece. Just quickly to mention, since July, we've had two community meetings. The first one was sort of a workshop with the community where we created some boards. We allowed the patrons that came, or the citizens of Falmouth that came to the meeting to have some input on what was important to them, and a lot of the design that you see tonight is informed by some of the things that folks wanted to see. Daylight and views were really important, the kind of architectural character, sustainability, accessibility. Those are all pieces that are important to the community, but also infused into the design that you see tonight. I will mention this is a building that would be a fossil fuel-free building, or yes, fossil fuel-free building. It has a low-pitch roof that is conducive to sponsoring photovoltaics. That is an eligible cost that the state would fund. So if we do introduce photovoltaics on this building, that would be partially funded by the state and would probably supply about 50% of the operating costs of the building, which is great. So no more fossil fuel use. This would be, have low flow fixtures and a super insulated envelope. So it would be a lower cost building to operate, even though it's a bigger square footage. So the first meeting was kind of a workshop. The second meeting was sort of presenting what you're seeing tonight. That just happened a couple of weeks ago. And folks, it wasn't a huge turnout, but I think we got some very positive feedback from those who were there. And with that, I'll just end on the schedule. This kind of dashed in area in the middle is where we are now. That's the planning and design phase of work. The work that preceded our involvement, was what Brian was talking about. There was a lot of community surveys and visioning that happened back in 2023 and 24. We've had the 2 community meetings in 25. And then it goes in early 26 to the MBLC review, and then we await potential funding from the state, which it tends to be around 50% of the cost of the library. It might be a little more or a little less. There's a number of factors that go into that, but it's an amazing program that the state offers, and to be able to have a new library, a community to have a new library for half the cost is an incredible opportunity. I think we found that that's been a great boon for the communities that have taken advantage of that we've worked with. But that funding likely comes on board a couple years down the road. So with that, I'll take questions, but appreciate your...
Early on, you had mentioned the deliverables. Can you just tell us what those deliverables are for us, what we need to do?
Yeah, it's a very specific list of deliverables. One is the topographic site survey that the Department of Public Works was nice enough to produce for us. It's renderings, it's plans. There's a lot of data like number of shelves, number of soft seats that need to be compiled in a specific way that the MBLC requires. There's a number of engineering reports that are part of our design effort that feed into the deliverables as well, that will help inform a cost estimate, which the MBLC requires gets produced once the funding is available. So we're not estimating the project now, the cost, but would do that likely in 2028 when funding comes online.
But we need some votes going forward. I think that's what I was referring to. Brian, you want to step up and just tell us what the steps are?
The East Falmouth Library Building Advisory Committee has voted unanimously to recommend this design to you and the Board of Library Trustees. So at this point, the next steps are getting approval from the Board of Library Trustees and from the Select Board for this design so that we can submit it to the MBLC.
And it needs to be before the end of the year, am I correct?
We have it on the agenda for the December 15th meeting.
And the Board of Trustees is going to be dealing with it?
December 9th is when they'll be voting on it.
Okay, thank you.
Love all the glass windows. As much of that as you can do with the natural light. That's my only comment.
Yes, Dr. Goldstone.
I'll start by saying thank you to the whole committee, and I'm sorry, I forgot the name of your firm. Thank you. It is a gorgeous building. It actually reminds me of, when I see it, I think nature center more than library, and I love that, actually. for what East Falmouth is and the beautiful environment that we have. So thank you for that. I will also say, as someone with a strong sentimental attachment to the existing library, I have 3 kids who are currently teenagers. When they were little, we lived literally a few houses around the corner and walked there. You mentioned that it was not purpose-built as a library, it was purpose-built as a home. And you've probably heard this from other folks. That's actually one of the beautiful things about that library. And I was thinking about this last night and looking at the package and thinking, what is it about that? And I was like, what it felt like when you went to the library with your little kids, at least for me, what it felt like was not like you were going to an institution or an organization. It felt like you were going to a generous neighbor's house who had opened up their incredible library and their side room for you to go play trains and take home books and grab a movie and say hi to some folks and go home. So as much of that feeling as we can keep in this library, I would love to see that. And whether that's in some of the furnishing touches or something else. I also think that history. I'm a wash ashore, right? I've been here for my entire adult life, but a wash ashore, and I'll tell you that when the kids from East Falmouth walk over to East Falmouth Library from the school, they don't just go to the library, they learn the history of what that building was before and how the area was developed, the importance of strawberry farming to the region, how the region developed post-war. So anything we can do to kind of bring that history in, because it's not going to be staring people in the face anymore that they're walking into a house and why are we walking into a house? So anything we can do to kind of bring that history into the space and into our community, I would strongly encourage. And then 2 last pleas, the potential extra parking, and I've said this before, anything we can do to work on sharing the already paved space to the east of there with Smitty's and the other commercial space to minimize additional pavement there, I would strongly encourage. And then while I love all the glass in the daylight, the picture you're showing right here makes my heart skip a beat for a not great reason, because what I see there during the daylight is an incredible opportunity for daylight to come in, and at night for an incredible amount of light to spill out into the environment and potentially be a hazard for the birds that enjoy the pond. So thinking about shades or something like that to reduce the amount of light pollution that the building could create at night while still getting all of that incredible sunlight into that space during the day. Well, and that's fine. A lot of buildings these days are lit up 24/7, whether or not they're open, right? So just thinking about that mindset of like, we want the light to come in, but we don't necessarily want to be
And the Main Street Library is a pretty good example of that. It's like bright all the time.
So those are my,
Okay.
but
Yes,
thank you.
Mr. Brown.
I think it's wonderful.
Well, I don't want to be the first detractor, but I will be. It's very modern. It's not, it's a complete departure from the old house, and I know that it has to be because the old house wasn't practical. But when I went to the original outreach meetings, people were asking for historic type architecture simulating what's being taken away. I know that's difficult when you want to maximize the views. So that's one thing. If you can get a lot more solar gain, I don't see that the building is oriented really to maximize that, but I'm not an expert on that. The other thing that I'm concerned with, and I mentioned this to Mr. Stokes last time we were here, I just feel like it seems like a shame not to take advantage of that hill and have a foundation, minimize the amount of footprint, and maximize the use of that lower level, because it works on Main Street. We have the Herman Room. It could be a great meeting space there looking out onto the pond. I know it would require an elevator, but it would give you a lot more site to work with for parking and green space and so forth. I mean, to me, it seems a shame to just struggle to put everything on one floor when you have such a small site and when you have that steep drop-off, which lends itself to that walkout basement. It's just, that's my feeling. Sorry if I'm a little negative, but.
Just a quick comment on that.
Can you go to the mic?
Go to the mic, please.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that. Because it's such a small library, there's a small staff, it's difficult to manage a library on 2 floors with a limited staff. That's the primary reason.
I know that. I did understand that answer when I asked that last time, but still it's it's only one reason not to do it. But, I mean, especially if it was more just the meeting space. You've got this big end of the building with the 50-person meeting space, which is segmenting this building and causing it to take up so much more space, where I would love to see one building with maybe a more traditionally pitched roof. It's a total departure from what you've got here, but that's just my feeling.
Again, I don't know that this is the right moment to vet the design because it is still so early. I think it's important it gets submitted to the MBLC. I know they're supportive of this design as it currently stands. In our experience, we have seen them be quite flexible to make design changes at that later stage once the funding comes online. So I think we would be open to looking at other alternatives that maybe do explore having the meeting room on the lower floor and taking advantage of that slope. I think those are things we could study in the future if need be. I'm not trying to throw this out because I think there's a lot of great merit in what's been developed collectively by this group. But I do think there's flexibility in studying things further at a later date.
Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to slow you down.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you very much. We'll await you on this 15th of December. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to now move to announcing the April 2026 annual town meeting schedule. Mr. Renshaw?
Mr. Johnson Staub told me he can do this in 2 minutes or less. So.
Okay, you got it.
Here we go. So we are sort of following on the model that we used for this past town meeting, where the board amended the schedule. And what we're doing is adding a first review of the town meeting warrant January 26th. We would have the petition article presentations on the same date, not changing the date for closing the warrant, but as we had discussed recently, giving the board some more time, more advance notice of what's coming on the warrant so that you have time to give us some feedback and highlight some concerns. Other than that, we're pretty much following the same schedule as we have been. A number of these dates are driven by charter and bylaw requirements.
And the date for the meeting is April 6th, 2026.
Correct.
Okay. Anyone have any questions with respect to the schedule? I do appreciate fitting us in an extra meeting so we have an opportunity to look at it, give you feedback and so forth before we have to vote on it. That's a big improvement. Thank you. Okay.
I don't have any concerns.
All right. I don't think we need any further action on that.
Do you need a motion
announce,
to approve it?
Yeah, you announce and adopt it. Yeah.
Announce and adopt? Okay.
Motion to announce and adopt.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Was that under 2 minutes? Did we make it?
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, right
Let's
on.
try and do the same on the next one here. Maybe even less.
It doesn't matter. Take your time. The game's almost over.
It's coming out of halftime.
No, you got another hour to
It's been
go
over
before
for a
the
while.
game's over.
It's been over since the first quarter.
Sorry.
There's scores over there we don't know about.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Discuss and consider voting the 2026 Select Board meeting calendar dates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board has a copy of the proposed meeting calendar in your packets. We made every effort to avoid conflicts with holidays and observed religious as well. Importantly, this is subject to change. At Select Board discretion, a vote would be required, but it can be changed. So our recommendation is the Select Board adopt and approve the calendar year 2026 board meeting calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
There were 2 dates noted as needing additional discussion. Do we want to hold those for later discussion?
No, actually, thank you for bringing that up, Vice Chair. So I crossed those out. So I those were tentatively had question marks.
I was looking for them, and then I couldn't find them.
I told Diane to take them out because I thought we had, you all know this, the chair and vice chair and Peter and I meet, and we took a look at these, and we didn't see any issues with the tentative dates. So that note in the board packet, scratch that.
Okay.
We're going to, if everybody's agreeable to those dates in September, October, we're going to go with those.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Consider a vote to approve non-union wage rates.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this will be pretty quick as well. Included in your packets are 3 wage salary tables. As you all know, we have this group called Technical, Administrative, and Management, TAM. Groups comprised of year-round positions, administrative staff, IT personnel, social workers, other professional level positions. And most of the division and department heads are in this group as well. 57 total full-time and 2 part-time employees. What we're proposing is a 2% cost of living adjustment. As you all know, we made a pretty significant move with this group and others a few years ago, but we had to because we got behind the curve in terms of salaries. We weren't competitive. So to maintain that competitiveness with other Cape communities that we're in competition with, we're recommending this COLA for the Technical, Administrative, and Management group. There's also 2 other groups I want to propose the same 2% COLA for FY27, the non-aligned. This is 18 year-round part-time and 7 library substitute positions. Again, a 2% cost of living adjustment is proposed. The cost of this is about $11,000. The cost of the TAM is about $132,000. These costs are factored into the budget that I'm going to present to you in about 5 minutes. The seasonal group is the last group, and as you all know, that's the largest group. It includes beach workers, recreation divisions, community service department, marine environmental services, and public works. They do critical work for us. So again, I'm not minimizing the importance of being competitive in these first 2 groups, but it's really important. We've been successful at hiring beach lifeguards and whatnot in this group because we've been competitive. So we're proposing that, again, 2% cost of living for calendar year 26 at a cost of about $28,000. Each of the other groups that have settled salary tables for FY27 has received this 2% COLA. Some have gotten a little bit more, so we're recommending this as a minimum proposal. My recommendation is the board motion to approve the TAM, non-aligned, and seasonal wage rates as presented. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
So this is consistent with what others have been approved at for the COLA, subject to...
The cost of living adjustment is pretty consistent, that 2%. What we've seen in some other groups is the COLA and perhaps some additional.
A little more.
We feel this puts us in a competitive place where we need to be. Obviously, we'd like to do more, but for this upcoming calendar year and fiscal year, we feel the 2% COLA will get us where we need to be.
Someone willing to make a motion?
I think this is an important investment in our people. Right, when you look at those total numbers all put together, it's a pretty small impact on our overall budget, but probably a much larger impact on the households where it's going. So motion to approve the TAM, non-aligned, and seasonal wage rates increases as presented.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor? Any further discussion?
Got to keep people paid.
Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, bring us through to conclusion here, Mr. Renshaw, with the operating budget for FY27.
I'm usually doing this to an empty room, and I hate it.
No, I don't. I figured it was something like that.
All right. So good evening, Mike Renshaw, Town Manager. I'm very proud to have the opportunity to present the proposed FY27 operating budget to you tonight. Big takeaway. This evening's presentation is a first look. We're going to come back to you on December 15th. But as you all know, our charter requires that a comprehensive budget, including all town functions and a budget message, be submitted to the Select Board by January 1st of each year. The Select Board then, in turn, transmits that budget to the Finance Committee for their more detailed deep dive, no later than January 16th. This evening's presentation is going to be divided into 4 sections. Over the next 16 slides, because I'm going to eliminate a couple that are a little bit redundant. I'm going to review various guiding principles that were used for developing the FY27 proposed budget. We're going to do a very quick review of the Select Board strategic plan priorities. We are going to discuss, again briefly, proposed budget expenditures and revenues. A lot of it is graph intensive, which I think is helpful, because sometimes a picture does tell 1,000 words. We're going to conclude with future projections, a discussion on future projections, issues and concerns, and next steps. It's a broad overview. I thought it was important to mention that the budget process began way back on October 7th with my and Peter's budget instructions to the departments. Importantly, any funding requests beyond level funding, and I know sometimes this is difficult to hear, but we saw what I'm going to talk about briefly kind of looming. Any requests beyond level funding from the FY26 levels required a detailed explanation, justification, and a cost-benefit evaluation. Then we had a series of budget meetings with the department heads, Peter, myself, and the finance director, Laura Citron, that were held with department directors from November 3rd to November 12th. So I'm going to touch very briefly on the four kind of overarching guiding principles that were used in developing this FY27 proposed budget. First, we strive to ensure long-term fiscal stability by implementing relatively conservative revenue estimates and avoiding unsustainable expenses wherever possible. We attempt at all costs to advance the Select Board strategic plan priorities within the constraints of sound fiscal management practices. We endeavor to maintain basic services and infrastructure before evaluating and implementing any new services. So we have a focus on protecting and reinforcing, if necessary, those basic services. And as in past years, we avoid Proposition 2.5 operating override. As you will see tonight, however, our forecasts indicate that we will need to begin having a series of very crucial conversations with the Select Board and with the community concerning the need for an override in the next fiscal year 28, and I'll go into those details in a moment. Lastly, and I think this is also important, we strive to provide heightened transparency to seek community engagement in the process. We try to highlight the most significant changes from the prior fiscal year and place all of this information online as quickly as we can. So as we did with the capital budget, the FY27 operating budget has a strategic focus. As currently written, the 7 key focus areas or priority areas within the Select Board's FY23 to FY27 strategic plan are housing, energy and sustainability, financial and economic stability, health and public safety, management of our coastal natural resources and infrastructure, which we discussed a little bit earlier tonight, organizational effectiveness and community engagement, water conservation, wastewater, and solid waste management. The following examples are illustrative of how scarce resources are allocated to one or more of the Select Board strategic priorities. And again, these are examples. There's more, but I think these are kind of the critical examples. Under the key priority area of housing, the proposed FY27 budget includes an appropriation of $950,000 to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. That historically has been the number that's been applied to this particular fund. Within the priority areas of health and public safety, the proposed budget seeks to increase staffing by 2 full-time dispatchers to emergency communications. In the area of organizational effectiveness and community engagement, we're seeking to add some part-time custodial support to the senior center for evening meetings and extended service hours to provide for extended programming, and 4 months of full-time administrative clerk work for residential tax exemption program that we talked about a couple of meetings ago, which falls within the area of financial and economic stability. Lastly, we have a focus in this FY27 budget on school needs. Looks to increase school budget by 5.8% for special education costs and, importantly, school safety costs, while encouraging the school administration to continue its focus on consolidation due to declining enrollments, in furtherance, again, of the Select Board's priority of enhancing public safety and increasing organizational effectiveness. So this slide is a very high-level slide that illustrates recommended revenues minus expenses. As you'll see, total recommended revenues, $191,763,008. The operating budget of $183,838,121 represents an increase of about 5.8% from last year's spending, or about $9,890,000 increase from last year. Importantly, again, within this category of expenses are state aid offsets and county assessments or charges. Of the $5.8 million roughly, the largest percentage of that, $3.6 million, are state offsets, $3.6 million school choice and charter school charges or fees. There's about $476,000 included within that $5.8 million for mosquito control and some other minor state aid offsets as well. With regards to the county charges or county assessments, That represents 1.2 million of the 5.8, and those are county tax and Cape Cod Commission charges for services. The other appropriations category, you'll hear me talk about that in a little bit. That's the OPEB trust for about $500,000. That's traditionally what our contribution has been. Negotiated wage adjustments are also included within the other appropriations category. That represents $650,000 of the $2.1 million. Some of those negotiated wage settlements are what we just talked about with regards to the TAM and the non-union and non-unified groups. And lastly, of the $2.1 million other appropriation, there's there's $950,000 towards the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. And again, total appropriations totaling $191,763,008. Okay, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this slide, but it does offer, as I mentioned earlier, a good visual depiction of our expenses. To nobody's surprise in this room, I'm sure, when we look at the pie chart, Falmouth Public Schools at $64.9 million represents the largest percentage of expenses in this proposed FY27 budget. It's about 35% of the overall expense budget. When you combine that with the Upper Cape VOTEC at $4.3 million roughly, the combination of those two is about $69.2 million in spend for this proposed upcoming budget, which is a 5.7% increase from last year. And that's a pretty significant driver of the increases that we're seeing. In second place, personal services, $45 million roughly. These are wages and associated costs for town only. The schools are not included in that $45 million. And lastly, and importantly, town and school benefits rolled up and combined, about $34.5 million, and that's the health insurance, Medicaid, and retirement contributions. I won't spend a lot of time on this slide because it's basically just a numerical representation of what I just showed you in the pie chart. Important takeaways from this slide include, again, that 5.7% increase in education spending between the Falmouth Public Schools and the Upper Cape VOTEC of $3.7 million, or again, 5.7% increase. The other thing I wanted to bring your attention to is the debt service, $1 million increase. It is significant, and this is due to recent bond issuance. It's not causing a tax increase in this case because we're keeping the total exempt debt under that $14 million target that was set back in 2023. This slide, again, talks about, I mentioned the word driver earlier, what's driving the budget increase this year. These are primarily the 3 or 4 culprits. Personal services and employee benefits are responsible for a significant amount of that, $3.7 million roughly. And then you add in the education, again, another $3.7 million is leading to what I'm going to display next. Oh, that's not. I'm not going to. I talked about this slide already, so this is one of the redundant slides. So I'm going to shift over to the revenue side. Shifting attention to the revenue. Again, no big surprise to anybody in this room. When we look at the sources of revenue, property tax it leads the way at 72%. The next slide I'm going to show you is going to further break down how we come to that total taxable amount of $138.8 million. Local receipts comes in second place in terms of revenue or reliance on local receipts at about $34.5 million in this proposed budget. We're actually making a change in this. Traditionally, we've tried to limit our use of local receipts to about 80% of prior year's amounts. We're actually bumping that up, and it's one of the levers that I'm going to talk about in a moment, how we balance this proposed FY27 budget by utilizing more of those local revenues, a higher percentage of the local revenues. This slide shows, again, that calculation that the Finance Department uses each year to arrive at that total taxable amount. We start, as you probably all have seen this before, the base levy, based upon the prior year estimate. We add the 2.5% increase in the base levy, and in this case it's $3.1 million. Add in the new growth estimate of $900,000, which I think has been historically, at least the past few years, has been that number that we've been utilizing, so no change there. We can raise the two next categories, debt exclusion and Cape Cod Commission. The Cape Cod Commission cost of $616,600 is in and out expenses paid to the Commission for services that they render to us. We can list these here because we can, these monies can be raised outside of the Prop 2.5 restriction. Importantly, I think the biggest takeaway on this slide, and it's highlighted for a reason, To balance the proposed budget for FY27, we needed to utilize $1.2 million of the $1.5 million excess levy capacity that the town has been carrying as a balance this upcoming fiscal year. This is going to result, and this is the important part, although we're talking about not requiring an override with this proposed FY27 budget, the utilization of this additional excess levy capacity of $1.2 million is going to lead to a property tax increase. Peter's done some calculations utilizing the DLS website, and that increase is about $48 for an average single-family tax bill, so $48 increase. So you'll see in some subsequent slides how that unfortunately is not going to be the end of the story with regards to increases are going to be necessary. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, but the important takeaway here is we're maintaining a relatively conservative local receipt assumption based upon prior year actuals. As you can see, the line of about $34.5 million. You can see in the past 3 years we've certainly surpassed that line. So we're being relatively conservative still, and based upon prior year actuals being higher than our projected FY27 local receipts of $34.5 million. After seeing some decline in building permits and vehicle excise receipts, we do have to pay attention to that local receipt number, because those are two areas that we continue to see a bit of a decline, building permits and vehicle excise. Okay, this is of the 16 slides I'm going through relatively quickly. This is probably the most important and contains the most important caveats or issues and cautions that I want to discuss with you. Quite frankly, the only way that we were able to balance this FY27 proposed budget without an override, an operating override, was to reduce department requests. I mentioned earlier those November meetings with the departments were in this room, and they were pretty intense. We showed numbers in advance of the discussion, so everybody kind of had a reality check about what was going to be available. So we reduced department requests, or did not recommend funding, for about $2 million. The bulk of those were in, and I'll say this, the bulk of that $2 million was in additional personnel requests. I think 8 or 9 firefighters, multiple police positions, and there are other departments across the town. So a large percentage of that $2 million request that was not funded, not recommended for funding, were personnel, additional staff. We also utilized, again, excess levy capacity of the $1.2 million and increased, I mentioned this earlier, receipts from our preferred past practice of utilizing 80% of prior actuals to higher 84%. These levers, these 3 primary levers that we're utilizing to balance the budget, again, reduction of $2 million in departmental requests, utilizing excess levy capacity of $1.2 million, and then increasing our reliance on local receipts, have pretty significant future impacts, and I want the Select Board to know this, and we'll talk about it again on the 15th. Less free cash available, and that has to do with regards to the use of the excess levy capacity. We're going to have less free cash available for the FY27 capital budget and other emergency unanticipated situations. We will place continued pressure on operations and staff. We do here, and that's why the additional staff were requested, that it's becoming a struggle and a challenge to maintain those basic services. So we're going to continue to not have available cash on hand to meet those needs, which is going to place continued pressure on operations and our staff. It's going to provide a lot less flexibility in future budgets with respect to excess levy capacity and the use of local receipts. And lastly, as we will see in the next couple of slides, future budgets are going to require overrides or reductions in services, or the identification, as we talked about earlier tonight, of new revenue sources, new revenue streams for those services. Again, this is a great visual, and it's not a pretty picture, unfortunately. You can see FY27 at the bottom, the proposed, how we're just barely meeting. Again, for reference, the dark blue are total appropriations, the expenses, and the light blue are total revenues. As you can see, as we go up FY28, there's a gap that's being created. And by FY32, that gap is pretty significant. I'll show the actual numbers. If there's any good news, With regards to this presentation tonight, and this slide in particular, with regards to the 5-year projection, how that gap between revenues and expenses continues to widen, is that there's some relief coming. In FY35, just a bit beyond this, we will see a windfall of sorts of about $10 million due to finally fully funding in FY35 our pension contribution obligations. So that's a bit of relief, but it's not. It's coming late in this cycle. So my point here with this slide, and the next slide, again, which puts numbers to those deficits over the next 5 years, is that a lot of difficult decisions are going to have to be made. Discussions with you as a governing body, and then with the community, as far as identifying and prioritizing those needs, and the necessity of imposing an operating override. So I'm sorry I went through that relatively quickly. I know it's been a late night. Again, this is going to be an overview. The budget books, the detailed budget books that you're accustomed to getting, the 3-ring binders, should be in your hands by either later this week or very early next, I think December 8th, hopefully. Okay. So we're working diligently to get those books in your hands with the line-by-line information. This was meant tonight to be an overview presentation, and not to be, well, want to be realistic. I was going to say not to be gloom and doom, but it was kind of a gloomy and doomy picture, what we're looking at over the next few years. So we're really going to have to be creative and be communicative and go out to the community and explain kind of the situation that we're in. Quite honestly, the needs that we've accumulated, the needs that have kind of been built on year after year with regards to wages and salary, to be competitive and to be that agency of choice, right, where people want to come to work, it's caught up. It's caught up, and it's starting to outpace our revenues that are coming in.
Right.
Checks. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, my only comment in the interest of catching the end of the fourth quarter. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate how you've lined up where you've put in your commitments to the select board's policies, and particularly, the mention of the 4 months of full-time administrative clerk for residential tax exemption. This is I'm more talking to you guys than the town manager, but I really think that what we've lined out here shows why it's so important that we adopt a residential exemption and pursue going, bolder, because we are going to need to increase revenues. I know that's a revenue neutral thing, but if we're going to increase our taxes on our year-round residents, this is such an important tool to negate us having to raise those taxes. So I campaigned on it. I've talked about it almost every meeting, and I really am glad to see that it is in this plan, and I'm going to continue to push for a good percentage on that one.
Mr. Brown?
I'd also like to find ways that we can streamline in the next few years, and I'd like to look at our capital plan versus our operating, and maybe we can also divest ourselves of some properties that are maybe not performing to their highest level. Maybe there's some buildings that could be more appropriately in the hands of a nonprofit with housing, and maybe that would reduce some of our operating budget as well. So I'd really like to get that joint meeting with the Finance Committee and the Select Board to put our heads together and talk about these things so that we can try to.
We do intend, and I'm sorry to interrupt, we do intend at the staff level to bring to the Select Board in early spring that discussion, right? The debt, what the debt looks like, and that analysis of the operating expenses, so that you have the big picture.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we can have the discussion with the Finance Committee, but as a staff, we plan on bringing that information to you as well.
Okay.
I would just say thank you for giving us the big picture and that 10-year, well, we've seen 7 or 8, but basically that 10-year outlook, right, in terms of, and this isn't all of the details, but I think, first of all, the timing of this high-level presentation is perfect as we go into our final strategic planning session on Saturday and think about what it means what we need to do to achieve the goals of financial stability and economic thriving, looking at revenue sources, both our fees and our local receipts, our tax structure, looking at capital costs, looking at efficiencies in our operations, all of those things with an eye toward this big picture of we can't just do this year's budget and say we're done. We've really got to be looking at 5 to 10 years of how do we address all of these needs that like you said, we've got on this operating budget, we've got years of overdue reinvestment in our staff that's starting to show up. And on the capital side, we've got years of overdue investment in our infrastructure and resources that's starting to catch up, and we've got to figure out how to get this done. So I think it's really important context for that final strategic planning conversation and going into the new year.
I'd take it one step further, if I may, and say, even though we just approved the meeting schedule for next year, adding some joint meetings with the Finance Committee, so we can talk about these levers, so we can talk about the bigger picture and be on the same page, I think would be very helpful, because they are the ones truly rolling up their sleeves with you, looking line by line at every detail. Boy, wouldn't it be great if we talked about the operating budget versus the capital budget versus the debt service, big picture that we have. So I would be inclined to vote in favor of a few extra joint meetings so we can have that reoccurring discussion. But thank you very much for your work. This is,
Thank you all for listening.
and thank you for this one. It's scary, but it's necessary.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are we ready to vote minutes, or should we table these and just go on?
I don't have a problem
I know
with
you
them.
had some questions, Dr. Goldstone, but
No, I sent those by email, and I'm prepared to move approval of, I don't have all of the dates in front of me.
October 27th, November 3rd, November...
If I could real quickly, I'm sorry to interrupt, keep that thought. So in discussions with Diane Davidson, the office manager, based upon the vice chair's catch of the missing discussion with the school committee, importantly, I'd recommend that you hold those October 27th minutes, so we're going to communicate that with the minute taker and get that corrected.
Right, that's the 27th, but we've got two others, right?
Yes.
We have three
That would be
others.
the set that I'd recommend you hold.
Okay.
We have November 3, November 13, and November 17. Is that right?
Motion to approve the meeting minutes with the exception
November
of
13 was...
was it the 27th?
October 27th.
With the exception of October 27th.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second?
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Get them out the door.
Town manager's supplemental report.
Just one real quick update. You all heard me talk about the Digital Navigator program grant that we were awarded through Massachusetts Broadband Institute. We recently made an award of that services agreement to our great friends at FCTV. We had 3 great proposals that were submitted. We had a review team evaluate those proposals. FCTV came out on top. Again, $85,000 grant, $79,900 of which is going to be designated strictly for the Digital Navigator program. I've talked to Debbie Rogers, and she's already got some great ideas worked up as far as how we're going to get that program out into the community. So I wanted to give the board an update on that. That's all I have.
Great.
And I was at FCTV today and saw the room that they're already starting to think about what they're going to need to rework and get in there to get that program up and running.
I tell you, look at what happened to the Giants.
The only comment I have, future agenda item,
Richardson.
is the state has come out on the seasonal communities designation with their guidelines or their intent to release them by the end of the year. And I think it's imperative that we talk about that as soon as possible, because I think that will unlock. Basically, they've said Falmouth will be able to qualify, no questions. And I think that will unlock so many tools for the town. I think we're looking at the new police station site. We needed places to afford for our police officers to live, and if we adopted the seasonal communities designation, we'd be able to literally designate municipal housing. So I think that's an important one to discuss soon. I'd push to get that on the April warrant, and I think that's a discussion we should have in the near future.
And I agree, and I think that it would be appropriate for us to maybe consult and meet with the planning board, because the one sticking point they have is the miniature homes or tiny homes.
Small homes.
And that's made it difficult for them to endorse it, and I think we should respect their position and at least understand
Let's
it.
hear them out, yeah, for sure.
And so I would love to see it move forward as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I won't go through my laundry list today.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay.
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. There are
Aye.
some
The Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage, and for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. We're adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands and you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287.